究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りである。高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
バリのタイヤ。
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Ospo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
7 at a brand new bend and all the way through, just throws up on the early transitions.
極限の世界。そこでこそ磨かれる本物がある。クスコ。
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮。チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ。小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
Ladies and gents, however old you are and wherever you are from all over the world, welcome, welcome, welcome back to, like you said, the 10th anniversary here at Formula Drift Japan. It's windy, as you can hear through our mics right now. Very windy up here. It's been windy from yesterday. So it's April. We had a FDJ2 and J3 event last weekend, and we are back here for the Formula Japan series. And the qualify is about to start today, so hope you guys enjoyed the show today. So as you can see right here, here is the Suzuka Twin Track. Close to the finish line area, but the weather is great, and I have no complaints right now. It's about 20 degrees Celsius. And, you know, hopefully it stays dry, knock on some wood.
Exactly, and I saw on the chats earlier, yes, the drift gods are on our side, and we have beautiful weather, ready to rip and create some smoke.
It's about time, but let's go ahead and introduce ourselves here. For those of you who've never seen us or heard us, here you go on the screen on the right side, that's Tom Saiba. We do have a Japanese live stream and an American or English live stream. Tom Saiba is the commentator. And the announcer for the Japanese side. Next to him is the racing legend, is Nobuteru Taniguchi. Next to him is one of the judges here at Formula Drift Japan, is Yoichi Imamura, also a drift legend. So these three will be speaking on the mic on the J side of the live stream. And I think it's going to be coming to us right here. Right here next to me, you see this is Kenny Harris. He's going to be commentating and announcing on the English side of the live stream. And I'm Robbie Nishida. I'm one of the judges and also commentator. I'll be doing double duty here. And right next to me here, we got the man from the West Coast, is Sean
Adriano, there you go.
From LBC. He is here. He's usually the driver and Judge Stewart in Formula Drift USA, a former Formula Drift USA Prospect driver as well. A great fabricator, knows about drifting, thinks he knows about drifting a lot. No, just kidding. But yeah, Sean is here for us. He's going to be joining us for a couple of rounds here in Japan this year.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting to have him here. He came out to Fuji, checked it out, kind of scoped the area, scoped how things were going. So we're excited to see him out here with us.
So as you saw, these two Motor Games girls, they will be doing some, live interviews from the pits, I think, throughout the year. So that was Miori and Marina, and they said they would like to try to do some interviews so you guys get, the hot, vibes coming from the pits. So let's go ahead and explain to you a little about how Formula Japan is going to be judged. So go ahead and check out this video.
それではフォーミュラドリフトの審査方式について説明しよう。フォーミュラドリフトは3人の審査員によって審査が行われる。各審査員は走行ラインをチェックするラインジャッジ、ドリフトアングルをチェックするアングルジャッジ、そして走りを統括的にチェックするスタイルジャッジが担当する。ラインジャッジ、アングルジャッジの審査のため、コースには4から5箇所の審査ポイントが設定されている。設定されているのは主にコーナークリップ付近、ポイントとゾーン、コースによってはタッチ&ゴーがあり、この4から5箇所の審査ポイントでマシンの挙動がチェックされる。ラインとアングルジャッジは審査のポイント1箇所につき最高5点または10点。審査ポイントは全部で4から5箇所、最高30点がドライバーに与えられる。もう一つがスタイルジャッジ。スタイルジャッジは主に走行中の車全体の流れをチェックする。このスタイルジャッジでは最高40点が与えられる。すべての点数を合計すると最高100点。ドライバーたちはこの100点を目指しチャレンジするのだ。さて、審査基準は次の通りである。ラインジャッジでは審査ポイントで確実にクリップについているかが重要。クリップから離れていくに従い得点は下がってしまう。アングルジャッジはクリップでのドリフトアングルが審査の対象。当然アングル、角度が大きいほど得点は高くなるが、戻ってしまったり不安定な場合は減点の対象となる。そしてス スタイルジャッジ、スピード、スムーズさ、迫力、またドライビングから感じられるコミットメント、パッションもスタイルジャッジにおいて重要な要素である。審査では車の不必要な挙動、ブレやふらつき、メリハリのない走行などが減点の対象となる。またスタート時のエンジンストップ、フライングやパイロンタッチ計3回、審査コーナーでのスピンは即座に0点、コースからはみ出した場合は減点または0点の場合もある。ステアリングの角度が0度になるようなアンダーステアも含め、審査員の判断で0点になる。
So that was a quick explanation about how we are judging Formula Drift Japan. It's a little different from how the Formula Drift USA is handling things this year, but it's a little old school. But we have 3 judges. One's going to be watching line, one's going to be watching angle, one's going to be watching style. I'm going to be the style judge. Imamura is going to be the angle judge, and Adriano is going to be the line judge. So let's go ahead and check out the track map here. We got the start line. You go down in the straight line. The 3-2-1 cone is very close to the outside zone 1. You initiate. Outside zone 1 is pretty much, you just drive through it on the right side. After that, deep into the corner, there's outside zone 2. You do a transition on the left side, and the deep down into the end of the corner, there's outside zone 3. Now, it's going to be really tricky because you have to come out outside zone 3 pretty a little shallower, I would say, and also have some momentum going to touch and go. You don't want to straighten totally. We are kind of not going to dock the cars that have an incomplete if it's close to the straight, but if they have to cut in again to reinitiate, most likely they're going to get initiation, or they're going to get an incomplete there, so they have to be really careful. After the touch and go, you have to adjust the speed going into the outside zone 4, which is on the right side after the transition. Go through the finish line, don't spin out, don't understeer, don't do a half spin, don't drive straight. Pretty much it's a drift competition. We want to see the car as sideways as possible throughout the track.
And if you tuned in last week, it was wet, wild, crazy out here. Outer zone 1 and outer zone 2 was a struggle for these drivers, spinning out, losing control, not able to hold through. But it looks like with this dry conditions, that outer zone 3 after the outer zone 2 is where they're kind of struggling at. But let's check out this drone footage of the track.
Yeah, it's going through the chicane right here. This is what it kind of looks like on the track. As you can see, approaching up to the 3-2-1 cones to the right side, you have to have the car initiated by the 1 cone, car being sideways to outside zone 1, a little deeper on the outside zone 2. And as you can see, it's not right on the edge of the track. There's about a foot inside, but we don't want the tire to surpass the outside zone where the line ends. The rear of the bumper has to be all the way on the outside, or the tire. So we're giving that buffer zone where you can bring the tire all the way to the line. But we don't want to see tires dipping outside of the track or outside of that line. And the line the line judge will be deducting from their score. And here is the #1 qualifier from last year's Suzuka Twin. The straight was a little bit shorter last year, and here is Kanta.
ケント振ってきてゾーン1つ目2つ目からこれは思いっきりいってるぞ。1本目は84ポイントを持っているカンタがさあどうだ、審査席前からタッチ&ゴー、アクセルを踏みつけている。そして出口のところはどうだ、まとめてきたが大したもんだ。
So as you saw right there, very smooth, clean run. He got a 92-point run deep into the angles. Have to shallow up. Obviously, all the cars have to shallow up going to the touch and go, but keeping the car to the left as much as possible. And yeah, very smooth run by Kanta. So hopefully he can do that again here at the qualify today.
Yeah, exactly. He did a phenomenal job last year in that JZX 100, bringing it back out this year, but he does have new livery. Some exciting, crazy, out there livery that we get to see on his Linglong JZX 100.
Yeah, so we have about 40 somewhat cars. I think for the year we have 53 drivers registered, but here today at the event we have about 45 cars. I might be a little short because there may be a few cars that aren't going to make it because of issues that they had during practice today. But let's go ahead and talk about last year's Formula Drift Japan series. I know we have all 3 of the drivers that made it up to the top 3 last year. They're all here today. Bing, bing, bing. You hear that? So here you go. To the right, that's Kohashi ranking 3rd. To the left, that's Kanta ranking 2nd. And in the middle, that's Hokuto Matsuyama winning the series. And as you can see, it's pretty close in points as well. It's only like, what, 10, 20, 15 points
Yeah, the
away?
last round in Fuji definitely came down to the wire for a lot of these drivers, and there's the results right there, like Robbie just said. And it's going to be interesting because Masayama is going to be in a different car this year with a different sponsor and everything. So we'll see how he's going to perform.
Yeah, so all the drivers, all young drivers. This is very exciting. I'm sorry, let's go ahead and ask Miyoti to have an interview with Matsuyama.
ルーキードライバーとしたということだったんですが、
あのね、
ランキング3位ということで、
顔ぶれが若くていいね。
フレッシュでね。
もうね、世代交代だね。
やばいね。
すごい、すげえ嬉しそうな顔してますよね。
いいじゃんよ、顔ぶれが若いよ。
さあ、そんな中ですね、ここでピットレポート入っているようですね。読んでみましょう。マリナちゃん、みよりちゃん、みよりちゃん、はい。小橋選手もね。ルーキードライバーとしたということだったんですが、ランキング3位ということで、顔ぶれが若くていいね。フレッシュでね。もうね、世代交代だね。
That was Matsuyama, last year he was a champion, and this year he is in a totally new car from a new team. It's Team Cusco driving the A90 Supra. I think he's familiar with driving that chassis because he drives it in a different drifting series, I believe. But yeah, he said he's going to try to do his best and do a great job on driving. That's exactly what these guys are professionals. I mean, here you go right here. This is championship from 2015. We got 3 years in a row. Andrew Gray, winning 3-time champion, or 4-time total. In between the 3rd and the 4th time, we got Matt Michael back this year for full season. It's going to be exciting. The last 3 years we had, I'm sorry, the second to last 3 years we had Koichi Yamashita in the world car. JZ championship last year we had
そう、2020年のはい、コーチもね、ルーキードライバーとしていうことだったんですが、3位ということで、顔ぶれが若くていいね。ここでピットレポート入っているようですね。読んでみましょう。そう、2020年のはい、コーチもね、ルーキードライバーとしていうことだったんですが、3位ということで、顔ぶれが若くていいね。
Sorry, the FPJ2 series last year, so those guys will be joining us as well. So, yeah, at this point, I am possibly matter. It's going to be really the So to qualify is about to
Make us ready to go and start us off fire. He's Mr. He's the 2022 Thailand Drift Champion coming into this series. And there you are, filling all of Outer Zone 1. Nice job starting us stretch clean into that Outer Zone 2. Let's see how he's going to do this part where a lot of drivers are struggling to carry it through into this touch and go. Not bad in that touch and go transition back into the Outer Zone 4. He's done a phenomenal job right there. He laid it down. Textbook way feeling those zones.
Yeah, he's feeling the zones very well, but I'd have to say that was kind of a long e-brake pull going to the outside zone too. I would like him to use his momentum reaching the outside zone. He's doing a good job reaching the zone. Kind of killing his commitment to the outside zone. A lot of throttle from, you know, as soon as possible. A lot of throttle right when they get into the turn, right when they make an initiation. Obviously, you know, trying to, if you're full throttle throughout the track, sideways as much as possible, and make quick flicks at the initiation and the transition, that's the key to getting a 100-point run.
And there you are, 72 for Ming's first qualify run.
72 points. So he did lose a few points on the, well, obviously all the categories, but then this is his first run. He still does have his second run. Let's see what he's going to do for a second run. But let's go ahead and move along to the second driver here. This is a brand new car. Well, they debuted in Okayama, but it's a BMW Z4 driven by Akihiro Hanawa. But what happened now?
Maybe they're letting him warm his tires back up, but he's in the T-square with
Oh,
good
no,
ride.
no, I think what just happened?
So we'll let them hash things out down there, make sure everything's all right, see if he's ready to go. But looks like he turned back around from the start line, heading back to the burnout box. So we'll see if it's going to be, oh, looks like he's getting his tires warmed back up. But like I was saying, he's going to be in the T-square with good ride, DGR Eternal Speedmaster Z4, powered by a VQ.
A VQ 35 DE.
DE. Single turbo.
He said it makes like 700
yeah.
Or so. So.
But Robbie's okay with it because that's what he competed in.
A long time ago, yeah. I mean, I think they're good engines. It's just got to be built right, you know. And I think when you're too greedy and you want all the horsepower out of the engine and you're like on its limit all the time, that's easier for it to break. But if you, you know, get good enough power and keep it within specs, that, you know, that's affordable for the engine, should be all right. But let's go ahead and see how this car is going to hold up here. It's a Z4, debuted and driven by Takaki last year. Now he's running the team, and Hanawa's the driver.
So we'll see how he's going to do here. Hopefully he didn't stir the pot for some of the HR lovers out there. I got a lot of friends that are HR lovers. So we'll see here. Hanawa coming into this outer zone 1. Nice job there, but looks like he pulled the brake a little long and dipping a tire right there at the end of outer zone 2. Switching back around. Oh, 2 tires right there in outer zone 3. Struggling to keep this car on the track. Oh, not that clean of a run at all. Dipping tires in all zones.
Yeah, it looks like the car is doing okay. He just had to put it in the right place, but it looks like he went a little overboard on outside zone 2, outside zone 3. That is probably going, you know, going for the outside line. But overall, it's a little bit too much, but not fluid enough because no commitment at all as well, because he has to make the car slow down. He's going off track. I mean, this may be close to an unchaseable lead because he's pretty much going off everywhere, but we will give him a score, but I doubt that it's going to be anything impressive.
Yeah, he doesn't have much tail end, kind of like the Yaris's that we have out there. He's got to really commit to getting deep into those zones, but it looks like he committed too much. And, you know, he dipped 2 tires in more than half the zones that we have. We'll see what the judges are going to give him. But, man, the beautiful weather, I can't get enough of it. Last week was just horrible. It's just, and whether it's a there you go, 50. Whether it's spectators' view, judges' view, whatever it is, it's just.
Here you go. It's a 50, but, you know, like we have events. We had the J3 event, and it was unfortunate. A lot of cars double zeroed. I mean, he has a score out there, so, you know, hopefully he can get a higher score for a second run.
But here we are next at the line. Number 9, he was the champ last year of FDJ2, moving up into the series in the Pro Series now. Yukio Matsui in the Ocean with M2 Evolution S13, but looks like he has something to reveal to us later on this season.
Yeah, he has a car in the build right now. This is his FDJ2 car. It's lower on power than the other FD cars. Let's see how he's going to hang in there.
Nice job flicking it real hard in that outer zone 1, right on the edge of that outer zone 2, but let's see how he's going to link this portion here through the touch and go. Oh, looks like he had a little waver leaving that outer zone 3. Not looking too good for him on that waiver. That's a huge thing that the judges were talking about, is coming out of outer zone 3 is watching what they're doing and not wavering or adjusting themselves to make it look like they're reinitiating.
Yeah, so he was doing well until he made outside zone 3. Something happened to the car when he was leaving outside zone 3. And right here, and pretty much that's an area that you shouldn't even be anywhere straight. I understand if they are getting closer to the touch and go, that's a little acceptable because of the way the track is laid out. But leaving outside zone 3, straightening so early, that's going to be an incomplete for Matsui's first run. But, you know, he is a champ from FDJ2. Pretty sure he knows what to do for a second run. He is going to be sitting on an incomplete. That's a lot of pressure on him, but good luck to him.
Next at the line, getting them squared away, is number 96, Katsuhiro Meguro, in the Origin Labo ISSN
Ishin Origin Labo.
JZX 100 Mark II.
So here you go. I think this is one of the fan favorites because it's just a black JZX, and you know everybody in the world loves JZX chassis. And this is borderline, looks like almost like a street car. It's got flakes. It just does have some stickers here and there, but it's a black JZX with a full aero. Uh-oh. I think somebody did a no-no on his vehicle. They're going to call a competition timeout. I think they forgot to put the hook pins in.
Oh, man. That's a huge mistake right there. But like Robbie was saying, he has some beautiful paint. You can't see it, but, man, that thing pops in the sun.
Hey, you know what? If I got to lose my competition timeout so I don't get a broken windshield or, like, some messed up fiberglass hood, I'm all for it.
So he's rolling back to the pits to get himself squared away. Looks like they're going to get the other car ready to go, get him in the burnout box. And we're going to see how he performs. Like Robbie said, I believe we're down to 43 drivers today. So it's going to be a long day. The way they operate out here at Formula Drift Japan, they're going to get 2 qualify runs. Each driver is going to get 2 qualify runs to try to solidify a spot in the top 32.
Hopefully we could bring in the whole knockout qualify that they have in the U.S. Next year. Because I do like that where everybody has to do their best on the first run.
So yeah, I'm checking out the chat right now. We're gonna see if we can get that squared away. I know audio's been kind of an issue since we got on. I'm hearing y'all, I see y'all. I'm out here on the chat. We get about a 15-second delay between y'all. We'll see if they're gonna fix that for you.
Maybe I'll just talk louder. Sorry, guys. I have no control over it. I told them about, hey, Alif. I told them about the audio and stuff, so I think they're working on it. Hopefully they can get that squared away. But let's go ahead and check out the next driver that's up.
Next driver up is going to be Nagayasu Miyagi in the Car Guy Racing 8.6. New livery this year, same car but new livery, so we're going to see how he's going to perform. He moved up from J2 last year. Struggled a little bit throughout the season, but I think he's slowly getting it together.
Here you go, it's an 800 horsepower 8.6. Let's go ahead and see what he's got. Totally misses outside.
Oh, and huge mistake leaving that outer zone 1. Not able to get a nice initiation in that outer zone 1. And then straightening, approaching that outer zone 2. So not sure what happened. But you can see he was struggling early on. Oh, and right there, just losing it at the end.
He almost lost the grip right there, and that's a huge stall. That's a huge stall to the point where that's going to be an unchaseable lead. that's a huge stall where if there was a chase car, that would have just took him out. You know, the chase car would have had to correct. And that was a huge mistake by Miyagi. So it wasn't a full correction, and he didn't straighten up so to the point where, you know, the car was going straight. But, you know, slowing down and messing up the pace, that's a huge no-no. So Miyagi for the first run is going to be an incomplete.
At the line, ready to go in his JZX 100, number 610K, Murakami in the Village Up Mark II. We'll see how he's going to do on his first qualify run.
I heard he's still in the middle of building a new car as well. This is his last year's car, and he's the same as Miyagi. He moved up from FPJ2 last year into Formula Drift Japan.
Nice aggressive approach right there, real deep into the outer zone 1. Not quite able to get that through into the outer zone 2 and really slowing himself down, not making it into that outer zone 3, struggling throughout this track. And I gotta say, from practice till now, there's been a huge change, and I'm not sure what the issue is, because the sun's out now. I don't know if the conditions of the tracks are getting hotter, what it is.
Yeah, so he looked like he was off the line entirely, and yeah, does not get close to any of the outside zones or the touch and go. Even the last outside zone 4. It was kind of a stall almost, because it was closer to a half spin. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and score that.
Yeah, that was rough there. His transition from outer zone to outer zone 2 to outer zone 3. Almost got a half spin there. Definitely gonna make it hard if this was a lead run in the tandem battles. So we'll see here. Judges are getting their scores in. There you are. You can see some of the spectators. The cool thing about this track is from outer zone 2, it wraps completely around outer zone 3 into the judges. And there you go, 44 for his first qualify run.
Wow, as you can see, he did not clear any of the outside zones. So yeah, I don't blame the line judge giving him a lower score on the line.
So there you go. Looks like Meguro is now ready to go, lined up in his JZX 100 Mark II. His team got him squared away this time.
Pop those pins in.
There you go, about 785 horsepower coming out of this 2J. And let's see how he's gonna do on his first qualify run. Not too bad through outer zone 1 and be able to drag it and take it all the way out to that outer zone 2, transitioning back around deep into that outer zone 3. Looks like he set him up for that touch and go, swinging back around, transitioning into the finish here through outer zone 4. See this replay right there. You can see that tire just riding that back line of outer zone 1.
All right, so I have to, I'm sorry, I was busy looking at the sheet here, but overall the pace is very, the energy is very low, but he is putting the car where it's supposed to be at, where he was approaching outside zone 2. He didn't get right back on throttle. He did get on throttle, but it wasn't full.
There you go,
So
75.
here we go.
Yeah, like Robbie was saying, it looks like he was finessing the throttle from outer zone 2 to outer zone 3 to get him positioned perfect into that zone to square him away through the touch and go. Because like Robbie says every single time, if you don't set yourself up at the beginning, you're going to ruin yourself for the rest of the course.
All right, so here we go all the way from Singapore. Been drifting at several different drifting events. I know he was in Thailand before this as well, but this is Benjamin driving the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles 80 Supra.
That's right, here he is, ripping into outer zone 2. Nice job filling that outer zone 2. Looks like he was struggling there in practice, but he filled that completely right on the edge of outer zone 3. Smoking them tires through the touch and go, switching back around into that outer zone 4. Yeah, he had a quick pace through there, but was able to get deep into those zones. And let's see that replay right there. Look at that, right on the edge of outer zone 1, outer edge of outer zone 1.
Yeah, lost a little bit of a commitment at the outside zone 2 area where, you know, getting back on, he was kind of waiting for the car to settle before he got on throttle. But overall, I would have to say a clean run by Benjamin. I would have to say average run. It's not as exciting as we want it to be, but maybe because it's his first run. Looks like he was kind of washing out at the outside zone 3. That's why he was dipping tires there too. So he was being very careful, staying on the track. But overall, as you can see right there, outside zone 4 kind of misses the outside zone. Yeah, overall, clean run. So this car as well, they just pretty much dusted it off because of COVID, you know, since he is a foreign driver. He was not able to come and join us so much last year.
75. No, yeah, they said they modified, put a rear radiator in it
Yep.
and all that on the off season. So we're going to see what he's going to do on his second qualify run.
All right, you want to talk about exciting driver? There's a lot to talk about right here.
Exactly. The car does a lot of talking and the driver does too, but man, coming all the way out from New Zealand, ready to go. He says he's going to do a full season with us. You got Mad Mike Woodette.
Yes, he has a lot of events to head out to this year, and FC Japan is one of them. Let's see what his first run is going to be.
Here you go with the Team Magic with Red Bull swinging around outer zone 1. Oh, just not able to get to outer zone 2 there. But man, listen to this car here scream. 4-rotor twin turbo beast.
Looks like Mike Woodette, Mad Mike was a little bit careful on the outside zone 2, or maybe he did initiate a little bit too early. It ended up being a little bit smaller on the line at the outside zone 2. Outside zone 3 looks great with a good angle. The timing coming out of outside zone 3 looks like it's okay, but the transition right there going to the outside zone 4 too, a little bit, it's a little bit slower, I would say, not as snappy as we would like to see. So maybe he's just taking it easy for the first run, but let's go ahead and see what the score is going to be.
Yeah, the outer zone 2 definitely needs to be cleaned up on his second qualify run.
Yeah, I would have to say, like, initiation looked great, and then the rate of angle was good as well. But I'd have to say the line judge is going to make a big difference right here. There you go.
They are 69 for his first qualify run.
Yeah, so like you're going over, we didn't go over the points, but outside zone 2, that's worth 10 points just on line. So that's a critical area, missing it. But we'll go ahead and see what Mad Mike Woodette's run's going to be on the second run. We're going to go ahead and go through the first run for all these drivers. But right here we have Shigesa Sasayama.
He's in the DSL.com Lexus RC, debuting that today. I believe we saw it at Osaka Auto Messe. Me and you went there and checked it out. And yeah,
very
beautiful
clean
car, 2J powered. Here he is, ripping into outer zone 1. Nice initiation through that zone. Coming back around, let's see this transition through outer zone 3 and up to this touch and go. Very clean looking car right there. And not bad from what we were seeing during his practice session. He struggled a little bit to keep the car sideways, and I mean, look at that. Let's see this replay.
Yeah, right here, it looks like he was able to, he had to stretch the car a little bit getting to the outside zone 2. Couldn't get on throttle as quick enough at outside zone 3. But everything else after that looks like he's able to get the car moving right here at the transition. Kept it within where he was supposed to go. Looks like from the drone view, outside zone 2, there's a slight gap from the outside line. But the overall pace of the car wasn't the best I've seen today, but overall it was a very clean run by Sasayama. So here's the Canola Oil girls cheering Sasayama on.
Sasayama, there you go, 72 for his first qualified run. He was in a JZX 100 last year and definitely showing us that he's ready to rip in this RC.
Yes, he is. So right now it looks like being in the 70s right now. Well, we only have about 7-8 cars that we have on scored. We'll see how it's going to be today. all these drivers are going to be, you know, going for the top spot, obviously for the qualify.
And we'll see how Jin Horino is going to map up here in his S14. The Good Ride Sports with Tops Racing Mew. Real deep in that outer zone 1. VR powered S14. Swinging back around, getting right back on it. Oh! Losing it right there toward the end of that outer zone 2. And yeah, he's definitely going to have to clean a lot up on his run.
Oof. I mean, everything looked good until he went into outside zone 3, but it didn't look like he was able to throw a lot of angle going to the outside zone 3, which kicked him out a little bit too far. Couldn't get the car rotated as quickly. Almost, that was pretty much 2 tires off. A lot of wavering coming out of outside zone 3. That's going to be a deduction as well. And right here, the rotation of the vehicle going from the touch and go to the outside zone 4, a little bit slow. So let's go ahead and see what his score is going to be like on his first run.
Yeah, he came out in this car last year, debuted it. Got that VR power switched out from the 2J. And we'll see here. You can see how windy it is out here. Perfect conditions to clear the track, but not the best conditions if you're out here spectating. Got a little chilly.
I had to get the
66 for his first qualify run. Good Ride is rolling deep this year for sure. You'll see a lot of Good Ride cars coming out. So next up is going to be number 41, Shiichi Uemura in the TMS Racing Team Cylon Tire JZX 100 Mark II.
So he's with the whole TMS racing team, which is Takahashi's team, I believe. He looks like this car already lost half of the bumper during practice, but let's go ahead and see what his qualify run's going to look like.
Oh, losing it right there. Oh, taking out the pylon in outer zone 2.
Yeah, there goes the cone, but got the car sideways, but couldn't keep the car in drift. Didn't get back on throttle as soon as he was supposed to, and the car ended up sliding sideways, so.
Very unfortunate. Here you go, here's the replay of it. Nice angle right there, just couldn't get right back on it.
Yeah, so a lot of the times when you keep going and you don't get on throttle as quick enough, the rear will over-rotate, so the car's just gonna keep going out. You're going to end up in the dirt.
There's the official score for his incomplete. We'll see how he's going to do on his second qualify run. You can see in the back right there, ready to go on the line, is going to be number 86, Kenichi Takashima, in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Chaser.
All right, this is the Team Kazama with the fleet of cars. I believe they have about 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't even count. They have a lot of cars out in the pits. They have their big rigs already, and the presentation here is huge. But Takashima driving previously an Ito auto car before, and now he's driving a Kazama auto car.
We'll see how he's going to do. But I got to say, Team Kazama, they have a blend of cars. It's not the same thing. Yeah, they got 2 JZX 100s, but they got a blend of cars. I'm not going to say it now. I'll let you see them whenever these competitors come up to the line.
Yeah, because this car and the next car is going to look very identical.
Exactly.
Same colors and the same JZX 100.
But here he is, Takashima approaching the 3-2-1 into outer zone 1, filling that zone. Looks like he held a little bit back, initiating in that outer zone 1, and struggling through that outer zone 3. Not keeping a dynamic force through that zone.
Oh. Ooh. That's a drop of pace right there.
Huge drop of pace. Let's see this replay.
I think it was okay towards the end. We're going to go ahead and check that out as well. But everything looked like it was smooth, but not a whole lot of commitment and very slow pace throughout the track. Trying to fight to keep the car on the outside zone, and right there when he was at the transition going from the touch and go to the finish line area, a huge drop in pace right there. I will have to dock points off for as the style judge there. Gonna lose some commitment points.
See, that's what I was struggling to think of is whenever he transitioned from 2 to 3, I was thinking of where the commitment, but yeah, he wasn't committed to that zone, and you could see the pace drop and the smoke trail drop too. There you are, 68 for his first qualify run.
It is windy, and the track condition may be a little different from how it was this morning and yesterday. But maybe the nerves are getting to these drivers because I ain't going to lie, I haven't seen any of the runs being, you know.
Crazy spectacular.
Yeah, so looking forward to seeing that as a judge up here. And obviously runs like that will end you up in a higher score. But that was Takumi Sato from also Team Kazama with Power Vehicles. That's a JZX 100 Chaser.
And let's see how he's going to do in his Chaser this time around. Not too bad through outer zone 1. Right on the edge, shallow edge of outer zone 2, swinging back around. Oh, and over-rotating there in outer zone 3.
So that is in hard area because you are doing a transition from the outside zone 2 to 3, but you do want to make sure that you're not killing the pace too much, but having the car right on the outside of that outside line.
And here we'll see the replay. Possibly what happened here, transitioning back around in this outer zone 3. Looks like he just cooked it too much halfway through that outer zone 3. There you are, official score incomplete. That is 0.
But we do have, all these drivers have 2 runs. We're going to be filling the top 32 slots. We have about 40 somewhat cars.
And there you are on the screen now is number 963, Daichi Mizutani in the Mizutani Motors Maryosha Racing S15.
Marusho Racing.
Maryosho.
Marusho.
Marusho. Hey, mine sounded
it's
better.
Hard. I know. It's really hard. Japanese is a very hard language. But let's go.
All right, here he is. 3, 2, 1. Halfway through that zone, swinging around. Tried to get to outer zone 2, but man, what a quicker pace here. Swinging back around. Adjusting himself, leaving outer zone 3. A little wild on that run, on that second half there.
Yeah, so it looked like he was a little short on the outside zones. And also, I would have liked the initiation to be a little bit more higher to the angle than they're fixing the angle outside zone 3, than being a little twitchy leaving outside zone 3 as well. The fluidity, that's going to change.
Here's the drone
Go ahead and see
footage
that
for
outside
you.
zone 3 area. Then the touch and go. And right there, I think the pace going to the outside zone 4 at the transition as well. He did kind of initiate a little later, where it ended up not being able to get back on throttle as early.
And 61 is going to be his first qualify run score. Definitely needs to figure out what he did wrong, get some spotter's advice, and clean it up.
And here's the canola oil girls again cheering on their driver right here. This is Yuta Komatsu from Komatsu Racing, usually driving a Lexus IS350, but he had mechanical issues before this event. Brought over this Formula Drift J2 car that he built. It's an IS300. He's renting this car.
Yeah, we're going to see how he's going to perform. There he is. Nice job on that deep in that outer zone 1. Oh, just holding on there, swinging back around to this outer zone 3. He's got to get right back on it for this touch and go. And he said overall, it feels like his IS350 just a little lighter, but like Robbie said, he pretty much built the car, so he knows what to expect.
So right here, didn't look like it was a clean initiation, dropped the tire, but it seems like he can't get comfortable in the car throughout the whole track. He's adjusting and adjusting and adjusting. He can't just lay down on the throttle, and it looks like he's taking a little bit of time to get back on throttle or full throttle. Let's go ahead and check out the drone view right here. And the transition going over a little too out on the outside zone 3. And it looks like there is a style score wise, a lot of adjustment on the vehicle. I think if he, brushed off the edges a little bit, cleaned it up a little bit, the score could go a lot higher as well.
Exactly, and that's something we don't see too often out here is, the Altezza or the IS300 competing. So it's interesting. There you go, 75.
Hey, but he's still, he's actually tied with the highest scores right now.
Exactly, they undercut it almost. So at the line ready to go is number 19, Uchiyama guy in the Good Ride Motorsports with Perfect Style S15.
Here we go. This is a veteran that is driving in the Formula Drift Japan Series. And he's usually a wild driver. Let's see how wild he can get today.
Oh, what a wild entry right there. Intense. Oh, but losing it. Coming into outer zone 2 and not being able to hold on. Oh, unfortunate right there. Initiation looked awesome, but he was unable to hold that through into that outer zone 2, which, like you said,
well, he didn't complete it after the initiation.
Yeah.
So outer zone 2, a huge correction. As you can see right here, he has to steer in, and that's not the way we want to see the tire going right there. And almost running himself off of outside zone 3 and pretty much a big stall. So that's going to be an incomplete for Amagai's first run.
There you go. Official incomplete. We'll see how he's going to do on his second qualify. At the line right there on the screen now is number 8, Ryu Okabe in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Mark II. Let's see how he's going to do. His teammates in the Chasers got a 68 and an incomplete.
Yeah, and Okabe, another young driver that joins the Kazama Auto team from last year, right?
We're going to see how he's going to do here. Here he's coming through the chicane now, approaching the 3-2-1. Real deep in that, dipping that tire, kicking the car in the air, catching it back around into this outer zone 3, and huge decel by him through that outer zone 3, struggling to keep momentum. Swinging back around, finishing strong into that outer zone 4, but looks like that outer zone 3 is gonna bite him in the butt.
Yeah, I liked everything. It's very exciting. I mean, the jump doesn't really matter, but very aggressive. But right here, it's kind of a big stall at outside zone 3 where he came a little short. But after that, everything looked pretty good too. So I wish his outside zone, 2 to 3 area was a little cleaner. Then that would have been a pretty impressive run.
Yeah, a huge save after that outer zone 1, kicking the car up. But we'll see here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it is because it's the first event of the year, but it seems like a lot of these drivers are struggling. I mean, everybody does better in the practice as well, so I know they got it in them. It's just that maybe the nerves, maybe they're, getting back on the whole, competition mode. Maybe that's getting to some of these drivers. So
there you go, 70 for his first qualifier run for Okabe.
All right, so as you can see, it's very windy. These umbrella girls, that's the Cusco girls, I think.
Yes, next up right there, number 770, Yoshitatsu Kaneda up and ready to go in the Cusco Racing GR86. He came up last year in the series from FDJ2.
He was the runner-up in the series, right?
Yes, he was. And here he is approaching the 3-2-1. Deep in that outer zone 1 right there. Able to get it right on the edge of that outer zone 2. Oh, and losing it right there a little bit. Dipping a tire in outer zone 3. But getting right back on it through the touch and go. And just holding on through the finish.
And I think line-wise, too, it didn't look like he was too deep in outside zone 2. Let's go ahead and check out the replay here. And There you go, going off, and that's way off of the track actually at the outside zone 3. So you went a little bit too wide on outside zone 3. Overall, I like the way he got on throttle at the end of the track with a lot of angle, but doesn't seem like it's good enough to get a higher score. He does get a score though.
Let's see what his score is going to be.
They look excited.
69 for his first qualify run.
So there you go.
All right, and we were talking early on, opening this event up. It's our 10th anniversary, and this driver right here, he's been here since day one. Number 38, Tadahito Fukada. He's in the Tanaba SSR Team Dunlop JZX 100 Mark II.
Yeah, so like you said, he made it to every event for the past 10 years. So he has, he's grown with the sport here.
He really has. We'll see how he does. He came out guest judge for FDJ2 and FDJ3. Nice flick into that outer zone 1. Able to carry it all the way out to outer zone 2, but looks like he struggled. Oh!
No.
And yeah, that wasn't clean. The transition wasn't clean. Something after that outer zone 2.
So that looked really aggressive for Fukada at the outside zone 1. So I was a little excited, but yeah, there was something going on.
You know what it was, right?
What was it?
Last week, you know, you and Imamura kind of ganged up on him, talking about his driving style and all that. And that aggressive flick is not normal for him. So you threw him off, and then he came into outer zone 2, and that's what happened. That's what I'm going to tell him after this.
Yeah.
So yeah. But no, if you tuned in last week, they were kind of ganging up on him, just messing with him and everything on the mic in Japanese. But we'll see what he's going to do on his next run. But right here, a new car in the series. Took about a year to get built. Number 75, Koji Nagase. He was in a JZX 100 last year. He's in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles, powered by 2GR Twin Turbo.
Yeah, so he's coming from a JZX 100 with the 2J, and now it's an IS Coupe.
Let's see how he's going to do here. Got the top off ready to go. Got to be a little bit more aggressive throughout this track. Let's see if he can hang on here through the touch and go. And just listen to the GR rumble swinging back around into that outer zone 4.
All right, so looks like not so committed with the angle here. Very shallow going to outside zone 1, clearing outside zone 2, and overall I'd have to say, I'm not the angle judge, but overall very shallow. A lot of movement there getting into the touch and go, and afterwards even the switchback too. Does a little poorly on the angle throughout. Looks like he is concentrating on just a line portion, and yeah, but not a high energy run, but it is a score that he will be getting for his first run.
So here we are, scores right there, 66. Nagase with a 66 on his
so you
first
can see, like,
run.
That's a low rate of angle when you're in the teens there. So hopefully he can get it out more. And I think the more angle he gets, it's going to look more exciting as well.
And there you are. The next driver up is 111, Tetsuya Hibino.
This is a brand new build, and this is a veteran of a driver. Driving previously the S15, the Liberty Walk car. Now he is driving for Good Ride this year.
Yep, the Good Ride Motorsports 400Z swinging around. Woo! Nice job. Look at that. Same aggressive driving style as before. He's not on a rotary, though, this time. Swinging back around, VR powered. I got to say, a lot more flair through his run than all the other runs that we've seen previously.
Yes, it kind of woke me up right now, but one big mistake that he made right here, a lot of steering adjustment when he was left foot braking and throughout outside zone 2.
But But yeah, huge.
And not as smooth at the touch and go area, but I think other than that, it's a fairly good run by Hibino.
Exactly, and
Now
I
we
gotta
have-
say, huge adjustment from going from that S15 with that insane Liberty Walk body kit to this, where it's got it's a little bit shorter in the rear.
Yeah, right on the edge right there at the outside zone 4 as well. So
Fully committed.
here you go. We got the Canoa girls right there cheering him on. There you go.
86 right there.
Finally got a car in the 80s. And the veteran driver Hibino gets an 86 for his first run. Man, if he can keep that steering angle and commit a little bit more at the outside zone 2 area, I think that's going to bump up the score as well.
All right, we've seen this car before, but the driver's new to this car, number 212, Ryutaro Oe. He's going to in the Awa Tire Racing FD3, 3-rotor single turbo. Looks like he shut down halfway through. But yeah, his dad was in this car last year, and he was in an S14, and he's coming out of that, filling his dad's shoes in this beast of an FD. But it's not looking too good right now.
Uh-oh.
Not sure what's going on. He's stalling up right after outer zone 3 here. He's trying to get it to roll all the way through. Looks like it sounds like engine's fine, everything's fine, but maybe drivetrain, transmission, not quite sure what's going on, but he just shut down right there in front of the judges stand.
Yeah, hopefully whatever the trouble is and the problem he has, hopefully they can get it fixed by the second run.
Exactly. And there you are. That's the drone footage. Hey, go to the Formula Drift Japan Instagram. They did some sick videos.
Yeah,
they
that
got
was
a nice
pretty cool.
clip, of Sasayama's car. They did a drone footage from the start. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, we want to test that out. It's like, oh, that sounds cool. They did it. Looked awesome.
Yep, so more to come from them this year, especially with this beautiful weather. But there's our tow rig right there. Big old Toyota Hiace van.
Who loves high aces out there?
Probably checking out the chat right now, so give him a holler, give him some love. But I gotta say, I love the fact that the borders are open. Yes, Japan is a lot more packed, I'll tell you right now, going to Tokyo, Osaka, insane amount of foreigners, but I love it because that just means there's more that's gonna come to the events. More of y'all out there that wanna come see the events in person can come out here. And I gotta say, you get to enjoy and indulge in some of the amazing food they have in this country. And there you go, they got them hooked up. So we'll find out more about that car here shortly. There you go, Robbie messing around. My turn.
No, I wanna give Sean some, you know,
Some FaceTime. There you go.
FaceTime right there. You go, Sean.
You want my
and
mic?
there you go, right over there, Sean. All right, so we're about to get the car off the track, and looks like the next driver up is going to be Andrew Gray, and I think he was warming his tires. I think he's going to go back to warm up his tires.
Exactly, and we're a little bit. I think we're a little more than halfway through the list right now of drivers for the first round of qualifying. This is round 1, Suzuka Twin Circuit, 2023, 10th year in the making, Formula Drift Japan.
Wow, and how many years of it have you been?
This is my 4th season. You know, it's awesome being part of this family. You know, I like to call them family because they've taken me in for my little to no experience in what we're doing here. But hats off to y'all out there for, you know, the comments and, you know, the praise and, you know, keep motivating me to come back. Because at the end of the day, you know, you guys can pretty much mute me and
Yeah,
forget about
guys,
it.
let's gang up on Kenny.
Yeah, let's not.
Nah, Kenny does a good job. As you guys already know, Kenny's in the U.S. military. That's his normal job, his real job.
Yeah.
And he is out here helping us out, doing the commentating, you know, announcing on the U.S. English side.
And I gotta
live
say,
stream.
being here with y'all right now is amazing because it's a struggle in FDJ2 and FDJ3 because, well, it's more of a struggle for Robbie because he has to talk in English, talk in Japanese, translates whatever's in Japanese, and talk on the PA. But there you go, right there, Andrew Gray. That's 4 times champion in that car right there. Brush the dust off, ready to compete again and make it happen.
Eye on the prize right there by Andrew Gray. Let's go ahead and see his first qualify run. I'm actually excited to see Andy drive this car here.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting right here. See how he's going to do with all these other JZX 100s. Show him how it's done. 4-time champ in this. The Team Kazama with Power Vehicles 100 swinging around through Outer Zone 1. Just leaving Outer Zone 2 a little early, but able to get to that Outer Zone 3 early. Coming into this touch and go. This is where the link is, linking into that Outer Zone 4.
Well, he kind of like rushed through it, but very fast pace by Andrew Gray. I would have to say at the initiation, very clean, but not a high rate to angle. And at the transition as well, very clean, but he does get into angle at the outside zone 3 area and does a clean job going through touch and go. So it even seems like he's taking it easy on his first run, but I would have to say overall clean run.
We'll see what the rest of the judges are going to give him. So yeah, last year he missed, was it 1 or 2 rounds? I know 1 for sure, so we're going to see how he's going to do this year, filling all rounds.
Yeah, but, you know, it's like he kind of proved a point. You know, he got the championship 4 times here as a foreigner. That's really, really hard to do in a different country, even though he does live in Japan.
Boom, 68 for his first qualify run.
All right, so the line, he was deducted a lot on the line. And watching, you know, the drone view and everything, the line judge is giving them the score according to where he feels his own. But let's go ahead and move on to the next driver.
He was just on the screen, number 58, Kazuhiro Kubo in the Vacancies 180SX. So it was actually a red livery last year, new livery coming out. Let's see how he's going to do. Looks like he's coming out more aggressive this year, not able to get to that Outer Zone 2, but what a hard flick into that Outer Zone 1. Right back around through Outer Zone 3 here, through the touch and go. And we were talking during practice, it looks like he's coming out with a lot more flair this year from what he had last year.
Yeah, so that was, Kubo's run was kind of similar to what I just saw with Andrew Gray. A fast pace through the track and does kick some angle at the outside zone 3, but the rate of angle, I would have to say, going from one way to another doesn't seem too high. Misses outside zone 2, and that's going to hurt because, like I said before, that's 10 points right there on line. And if you miss it entirely, that's going to be a huge, sizable deduction.
Exactly. And here's a score, 68 for Kubo's first qualifier.
That's crazy. I just said that's similar to the run we just saw by Andrew Gray, and the score was pretty much the same. So let's go ahead and see what these 2 drivers will do in the next run, but let's go ahead and move on to the new car and the new build of the year.
Here you go, number 73, Ikuo Saito. He was in a JZX 100 last year. He's in the Motis West Auto R35 GTR.
Yes, it's R35 GTR. It's huge. It's an iconic car, and don't see a whole lot in drifting.
Yep. Rear radiator, everything under the hood. It looked pretty stock underneath the hood, but here he is. Definitely not kicking up dirt there in outer zone 1, swinging back around through outer zone 3 here, hesitating just a little entering into that zone, but getting right back on it through the touch and go. Definitely could have been a lot deeper through that touch and go, and yeah, just saving himself in the finish through outer zone 4.
Yeah, overall, you know, it didn't look like he was able to pitch the car to angle, got into the dirt. The car looked a little upset going to outside zone 3. It looked like he had to slow the pace down just to get around it, not throwing a whole lot of angle. And right here, after the transition, having to kind of wait to get back on throttle. So it's a brand new build, so I'm pretty sure that, you know, everything is probably not perfect on the vehicle. Maybe he's trying to feel the car out. But he has to figure it out soon because he only has one more run after this.
Exactly, and right there, like I was talking about earlier, this is right around outer zone 3. It's like a horseshoe, stadium style, wrapped around. Beautiful view for these spectators that are out here.
Well, so I think one of the judges here forgot to push send. We got a newbie in here. Newbie mistake.
I wonder who that is.
Hey, I do that sometimes too. So you think you're, you know, entered it, but you didn't.
And there you go, entered a 63 for his first qualify run.
So there you go. You know, overall the line and the angle very low on those scores. Hopefully we can bump those up into the 20s.
There you go, number 7, Junji Yamamoto is in the Good Ride 2JZ FD3 project. See how he's going to perform. Last year, debuting this new livery. Still got the 2J under the hood. Very wild and aggressive driver. Throwing some angle through that outer zone 1. Trying to get right back on it through the outer zone 3 into this transition of the touch and go. Missing the touch and go. Oh!
Whoa.
And just saving himself at the finish, not able to get to outer zone 4, completely missing it.
Wow, I think maybe he wasn't paying attention at the driver's meeting, but that was pretty much a backwards entry, which is not what we want to see. And overall, you know, doesn't really fill any of the zones or the touch and goes. And I don't even know how to score this as a style judge because, I mean, is that committed or is...
Committed for a reverse entry. So we'll see here. You can see way too hot, just saving himself into the finish. During practice, we saw a lot of cars coming too hot through the touch and go and losing it, falling outside the course into outer zone 4, overshooting it. So I got a lot of mid-60s scores going on in the chat. Few 50s. Here's another replay. And you can see how he missed the touch and go, which totally threw him offline, approaching that outer zone 4. Judges getting their scores in now. So we'll see.
Yeah, that was kind of a hard one to score because there was commitment at the beginning, but everything else kind of fell apart.
57.
Wasn't clean.
It looked rushed almost at the end of it.
Yeah, yeah, very hard one to score, but let's go ahead and move on. Hopefully he can do a better job for the second run.
Number 125, Yoshihiko Tamagawa is on the screen right now in his Car Guy Racing JZA 80 Supra. Leaving the chicane now, entering into this outer zone 1, real hard flick, but stalling, just pulling the e-brake a little
Way
long
too
there,
early, yeah,
approaching
way
that
too
outer
early.
zone 2, not able to even get into that zone. Second half, trying to clean up his run.
Ooh.
And hesitating into that outer zone 4, letting his car settle.
A lot of e-brake at the entry, a lot of e-brake towards the end. Right there, lock, a lot of lock, didn't make it to outside zone 2. a lot of e-brake going outside zone 3. And not feeling the touch and go, e-brake pull there again, and another long e-brake pull right before the outside zone 4. So I would have to say a lot of loss in the fluidity and commitment. I mean, the fluidity, it wasn't so bad because he wasn't twitchy or anything, but in commitment, I would have to say it's very poor because of all the e-brake pulls.
So we'll see what the line and angle judge say for him. A lot of these drivers just trying to get a run in the books. They don't want to fall with an incomplete, fall short. But yeah, top 32, 43 drivers. Let's see who is going to make it. Still in the first half of qualify. These drivers are still doing their first qualify run. After this, we'll roll into our second portion of qualify where they're going to get a second run at it to improve their scores or put score on the board to make it in the top 32. There you go, 57 for Tamagawa's first qualify run.
I mean, now I thought the 60s were a low score, but I mean, it seems like that's might be the safe zone to qualify. Yeah.
Let's hope that's not it. We want to see some exciting runs. And next up is number 5, Tomoki Tanaka in the V-Style Good Ride with Tetsujin JZX 100. About 750 coming out of this.
Yeah, I'm eager to see an exciting run.
And here he is. Just holding on just a little through outer zone 2, swinging back around to this outer zone 3, getting right back on it. Finishing strong there. Could have been a little deeper into the touch and go.
Okay, so very fluid, but right here, the e-brake pull going to the initiation to the outside zone 2 does look obvious, but it doesn't look like it's too long. Right there, an adjustment, getting the car into the touch and go. So I would have to say overall a clean, subtle run by Tanaka. I would have to say it wasn't anything spectacular. He will have a score on the board. Now I'd have to see what the line and the angle judge is going to give him.
There you go, 70.
70. Well, you know what? As we're out of the 50s, we're good. So that's a 70 by Tanaka. Still a poor job on the line, but let's see if he can clean things up on the second run.
And exactly, you're talking about exciting drivers. Let's see how this driver is going to do. Number 555, Yukio Falso.
Is he going to wake us up like how Hibino did with his 86-point run? Is he going to go higher than that, or is he going to settle with something lower?
I have a feeling he is in the Side X Japan with Cylon tires and Liberty Walk. Brand new livery in his S15. Getting right back on into that outer zone 2. Throwing some smoke right here. Screaming in front of the judges through the touch and go. Transitioning back around into this outer zone 4. And we'll see new livery, full rebuild on the car on the off season. Huge fan favorite on the chat.
Yep. That's a very clean run by Yukio Fausto. And like I said, you know, the judges never asked for a backwards entry, and he seemed like he went a little bit too overboard. But at the same time, he doesn't look like he fixes his angle so much and does it clean. So I'd have to say that that was a pretty clean run.
But we'll see here. Waiting for the score from these judges.
But clean run by Yukio. I know there's a few areas that he can clean up on that run, but hey.
77 for Yukio Fausto.
There you go, 77 points. Still a little shallow on the line, and remember, we have the touch and go. The touch and go is worth 5 points. So the further you are from the outside of the touch and go, you will be losing points as well. So, and also a lot of people have mistaken where outside zone 3, it looks like it's the end of the track, but the line is actually inside of the track.
Yeah,
so
about
if
a
you're
foot,
really
yeah.
on, if you're on the edge, pretty much you're 2 tires off.
So next up, ready to go, number 3, Takatoshi Imamaida in his 5X Tire Navigate S14. Trying to make it there all the way into that outer zone 2, transitioning back around through 3. There he is, getting into that outer zone 4 there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, but
Ooh, something happened right there.
Almost lost it at outer zone 4. Almost stalled out.
Wow, so I'd have to say, you know, the e-brake pole was kind of long too, but it was a good pace overall. But, you know, whatever happened to him right before the finish line right here, he just almost just kind of rolls through and almost stalls out there and doesn't get back on throttle right away. Something happened there. And as you can see on the drone view too, looking at it, it looks a little different when you're looking at it at an angle facing the cars coming at you. But, you know, he does miss outside zone 2 sizably. So this drone view really, really helps out.
And you can see how aggressive the wind is this afternoon. I got y'all chiming in with mid-70s, and there you are, 72 for his first qualify run.
Yeah, it looks like being in the 70s is a safe zone as of now, because we are moving into like the top 12, top 13 right now of last year's FD Japan.
Here you go, number 666, Shuichi Mano in the Vittor Racing with Chadi Boy style, 1 via. Speaking of Vittor, like we were talking about earlier, they did huge in the FDUS series. Let's see how, Mano dipping a tire, losing his bumper right there, just hanging on.
No.
Looks like a little waiver leaving that outer zone 3, dragging that bumper through the track, giving the best ride of its life. Oh, but releasing right there, right before outer zone 4.
Yeah, the rear bumper got a free ride through the track. Yeah, huge mistake at the outside zone 2 area right here. He almost straightens his steering, avoiding to go out where instead of straightening, you're supposed to stretch it somehow where your rear would, you know, rotate more so you can give it more angle. Because, you know, trying to straighten the steering isn't going to really help that out. But it washed him out, did affect the vehicle.
So we'll see what the other judges say. Definitely dipping that tire out of outer zone 2.
Outside zone 3.
Disrupted him.
Yeah.
And there's the leftovers right there. 65. Mano with a 65 on his first qualify run.
Yeah, big mistake at the outside zone 3 and towards the end of outside zone 2.
There you are, the Cusco girls. Next up is going to be a Cusco driver, number 771, Hiroya Minoa, the young 13-year-old Cusco
I mean, look
driver.
at his picture. He's young.
Yes.
It's like 14, right?
But he does.
I don't know.
I gotta
13 or
say,
14. I keep getting confused.
Yeah, and in the offseason, he did a lot of sim racing. If you follow him on social media, you'll see that. Here he is coming out in the Yaris, swinging around outer zone 1.
Whoa.
Nice job,
Whoa.
getting deep into that outer zone 2 there. Right back on it, filling outer zone 3. Let's see him connect this touch and go.
Clean run.
Getting right back around into that outer zone 4. And overall, I must say, commitment, commitment.
Wow. A little less e-brake at the outside zone 2 would be the best, but the pace didn't change. Outside zone fills the zone. Very clean at the transitions. very, very fluid.
Yes, he stayed real deep in those zones too. Just watching the finish here. And it's crazy, 13 years old.
Wow, comes out and lays it down. I mean, yeah, very clean. Look at that. Leaving outside zone 3 a little bit early, but I think some of these drivers do that because they want the right line going to the touch and go in the outside zone 4. Look at that, right on the line at the outside zone 4. I know these Cusco girls are probably really impressed. Hey, but he's still only 14 years old, so.
Exactly, 88.
We got a new points leader here, 88 points by this young driver driving the Cusco Racing Yaris.
Wow.
Well, he's going to be 14 in August.
Yeah, so.
Still 13.
Yeah. So we'll see how that's going to fade for the rest of these drivers. We still got more drivers to get their first qualify run. Right there at the line, ready to go, is Kodai Sobagiri and his Shibata Racing Yokohama GR86. And you can see right through that hood, that VR sticking out. Holding it through outer zone 2, getting right back on it, transitioning into this outer zone 3. New power plant for him, making it happen throughout this course. Just letting his car settle right before that outer zone 4.
So right here, does a fairly good job throughout the track. Just doesn't look settled. Looks like he's, trying to find the grip and the, the line that he's supposed to go on. So he looks like he's still figuring it out. But overall, I would have to say it's a very clean run by Sobagiri. And right here it says Sobagiri Kodai. That's his name. Very different name in Japanese, not common and also long. But this is also, I think he was an RC drifter from a long time ago. Works at 31 House. Boom, 80 points.
80 points.
But as you can see, there are a lot of points that can be picked up on the line and the angle as well. So let's see what his second run is going to be like.
There you are, another GR86 at the line, number 77, Yusuke Kusaba with Team Cusco Racing. Let's see how Kusaba is gonna do. His teammate getting an 88 on his first qualify run. Deep into that outer zone 1, reaching out to outer zone 2 there, bringing it back around into this touch and go, getting right back on it.
Wow, it's kind of identical to how Minoa's run was.
Yeah.
But I just being obviously, picky right here. Right there. We want the minimal, I guess, e-brake and slowing down, but then the outside zone 2, it looked like there was a little bit more by Kusaba, but overall, very, very clean run. So I'm expecting, this to be a pretty good score as well.
Yeah, I know these teammates do a lot of sim driving together. So, I mean, you can see right here, like you said, it looks a lot like Minoa's driving.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what the judges have to say for his final score.
The style judges' score, I would have to say just the entry is a little bit different from both the drivers. And it looked like Kusaba slowed down a little bit more. But, hey.
Right there, an 84.
There you go, 84 points by Kusaba. Still has a few scores left on the board where you can catch up and maybe even try to beat his teammate.
This driver right here, number 61, Mao Yamanaka in the Good Ride Motorsports A90 Supra. New car for him, coming out to FDJ from FDJ2 last year. Let's see how he's going to do.
Year before last year.
And let's see how he's going to do. He was a champ 2 years ago. Here he is, approaching the 3-2-1. Just getting a feel of this Supra right here. Bringing it back around outer zone 2 or 3. Struggling through that zone.
Ooh. That was it was really obvious to see he didn't reach outside zone 2, so he had to try to left foot brake it right through here to keep it out, lock the tires up. A little wobbly there, not fluid. Right here as well. Tries to go around there, tries to left foot brake it. Right here through here, a lot of e-brake pulling at the touch and go, which is not what we want to see. And right there before there at the finish line, a lot of left foot braking. So very sloppy run by Yamanaka. Looks like the car is just gripped up too much.
Yeah, he's going to have to make up a lot on his second qualify run. But you know how it goes. It's the start of the season. It's a new car for him. He got a few shakedown runs in, but he'll have to figure this car a little bit more out to make sure he gets a nice fluid run next time.
Yeah, new car, so, you know, getting used to it as quick as possible is going to be very important. But at the same time, you don't have that much time because you got one more run for the qualify today.
And there you go, 59
Oof.
for his first qualify run. Definitely not safe at all.
Yeah, this is unlike Yamanaka because, you know, he's one of the drivers that are up there in the qualify.
Another canola oil car coming up, number 311, Naota Suenaga in the Atlas Tire Drift Team Fukushima Fairlady Z.
All right, so this Z, it's a Z, Fairlady Z. VR in it.
VR powered Z swinging around outer zone 2 here.
A little bit of a pause there.
Got a little hesitation. Through outer zone 3, letting the car settle in. Finishing into this outer zone 4.
Yeah, just going over the replay right now. Sorry about that. Concentrating to see what the score is going to be. Just wanted to see this area.
And you know what?
Kind of late getting back on throttle at the outside zone 4.
And I gotta say, beautiful car here. 400Z exterior.
370Z.
Just like Robbie said. So yeah, it's a 400Z exterior, 300Z chassis. The Fukushima girls right there. We'll see what the judges are gonna give him, but yeah, beautiful built car. So Suenaga was in the 370 with the VR. This year, they gave it a facelift.
Yeah.
The 400Z.
Facelift. Hey, but you know what? It's pretty clean,
76 right there.
All right, so the next driver up is car number 21, all the way from the West Coast, California, LA, America, driving the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles Lexus IS 500 F Sports Performance Drift.
New car, left-hand drive, coming out here from the U.S. Nice job. Oh, dipping a tire. Oh! Just folding that bumper back, swinging into this outer zone 3 here. Really disturbing that car, leaving outer zone 1. But making up right here through the outer zone, touch and go to the outer zone 4.
Ooh. I thought he lost his tire for a minute.
Oh yeah, how it folded up right here. Here it is. Boom.
Yeah, so very disrupting the movement of the car. And it looks like he was being a little hesitant getting back on throttle after the transition. A little bit of a wobble there going to the touch and go. So not the cleanest run that we've seen this car right there. Doesn't feel outside zone 3 all the way, and it looks like very hesitant to get back on throttle throughout the track. Looks like he's trying to figure out the car still.
So we'll see here. Gucci was in the RC last year, the right-hand drive RC. Now he's in the left-hand drive IS 500.
Yeah, so I know, you know, they probably know the sizable mistakes that he has made right here. Number one, you know, dipping the tire after the outside zone 1, going a little bit too wide. A little short on outside zone 3 as well. But not being able to get onto the throttle.
It's going to give him a 69 for his first qualify run.
So that's a 69. And you know what? Like I said earlier, being in the 60s didn't look like it was going to be good. But as of now, the way everybody is going, I mean, that might even be safe.
And here you are, the champ himself in a new car. Number 37, Koichi Yamashita. He's in the TMS Racing Team Style and Tire E92 BMW. Powered by a 2J. Still has the heart of what he drives, but just in a different chassis from his JZX 100 that he's been driving the last few years. Here he is swinging back around outer zone 3, deep into that zone, coming into this transition, just dipping a tire right there at the edge of the track into that touch and go, but was very aggressive throughout that run.
Yeah, very fast pace throughout the track. Let's go ahead and review this run right here. Nice flick at the entry. Comes a little short, I think, on the outside zone 2. I'd have to see the image from the drone. Very smooth going around outside zone 3. And you know what? Watching him during practice, I think this might be one of the cleanest runs I've actually seen him do in this new car that he's driven.
Yeah, practice he struggled a little bit to get a solid run in the books to fill the zones. And you can see right there, he was able to get in those zones, stretch the car out, and really perform.
Yeah, so changing chassis this year, driving the weld car, the JZX. The JZX chassis and changing it up to, E92 BMW, a big change.
There you go, 79 for his first qualify run. Coming up next is going to be his teammate, originated in this E92, but he was in a JZX 100 before, is Kazumi Takahashi. He's in the TMS Racing Team Style and Tire E92, but it is powered by a VR.
Yeah, this one's a VR. The car looks exactly the same, and I think everything is set up exactly the same. Color's the same as well, just a different motor.
Very aggressive right there.
Ooh.
Doing what he does in this BMW, getting right back on it into that outer zone 3, screaming in front of the judges. Through a touch and go into this outer zone 4.
Yeah, so a lot of angle, but not clean. Let's go ahead and check this out on the outside zone. I like the way he did that the first, a little bit too much, but right there, a big adjustment at outside zone 2 in the angle. And very hesitant going outside zone 3 and getting back on throttle. And everything else after that looks like he's throwing a lot of angle after the touch and go and through outside zone 4. But I'd have to say a huge error at the outside zone 2 area. Right there, as you can see, he had to straighten the car, steering wheel a lot. That wasn't a major correction, but it was a good sizable correction that's going to affect his style score as well.
We'll see here. See some of y'all out there typing in mid-70s. Not sure if that even is going to be the safe zone. A lot of mid-70s to 60s runs. Takahashi's first qualify run. The last 5 drivers.
Yeah, so too much. I'm not going to say too much at the outside zone 1, going to outside zone 2. But the setup did mess with his stability at outside zone 2.
And there you are, 72 for his first qualify run.
All right, so that was Takahashi's run. That was a 72.
Next at the line right there is going to be number 530, Wataru Masuyama in his Good Ride Motorsports GR Yaris. I got to say, after he left the 350Z due to a really bad accident, he jumped into this Yaris, and he's performed amazingly.
Oh, yeah, he has. And he said he was under the weather for a while, too. So we'll
see how he's going to hold up. He did an amazing job in practice yesterday. Hard flick there in outer zone 1, screaming out of outer zone 2, just a little correction through it, and here he is ripping right back on it, on the edge of the track there. kicking some dust at the judges, dipping the tire right before that touch and go.
That's going to be a deduction, physical deduction by. No, but I like the way he throws it in outside zone 1, but he did have to yank the e-brake one more time during outside zone 2. That's going to be a major correction. Not a correction, but an adjustment. But overall, very exciting. Looks like he is on throttle most of the time. So a lot of commitment by this driver.
Here's the drone footage swinging around outer zone 3 here. And I said on the edge, but he dipped a tire right there, kicking some dirt up at the judges.
Yeah, and I was joking about the deduction with the tire.
Well, we'll see. We're going to
dirt.
compare scores now. Getting 4th overall in the 2022 season for Masayama.
So let's see what Masayama's first run, taking a time away from FDUSA this year.
79.
79 by Masayama.
So next at the line, number 4, Masanori Kohashi and his Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange A90 Supra. New car for him. He was in an S15 last year. Here he is bringing out this A90 Supra. New livery right there. Huge Linglong sign on it coming around outer zone 2 there. Transitioning back around, getting right back on it early on. Taking it all the way through outer zone 3, trying to stretch it into this touch and go, around into this outer zone 4. Finishing 3rd overall last year in 2022.
Yeah, then right there, a nice flick by Kohashi. Looks like it's a very good pace going through outside zone 2. Has to left foot brake really hard at the outside zone 3. Kind of comes a little wide, then having to e-brake through the touch and go. And right here, e-braking, then a lot of left foot braking again. So you should be using your left foot braking for adjustments, but you can't use it as like a full-on, you know, when you see the pace of the car change that much, all we can see is that's going to be a huge adjustment or correction.
There you are, the Linglong girls and the Team Fukushima girls. We'll see what the judges are going to give him for his first qualify run. Definitely huge change from the S chassis into that new A90 Supra chassis. There you go, 78 for his first qualify run. Looks like the next driver's ready to go. Number 57, Kanta, and his Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange JZX 100 Chaser.
All right, so it's a Linglong Tire car. 2nd place last year. Another young driver. He works at Ebisu Circuit. So those of you who've ever visited him, he'd be working out there.
Oh, and it's going to be a busy week next week for him. So we'll see how he's going to do here. Ripping into that outer zone 1. Looks like he held the e-brake quite some time approaching that outer zone 2, transitioning back around into this outer zone 3. Real deep into that zone. Nice job through the touch and go. Kicking it back around, finishing strong. Overall 2nd place in 2022.
So there you go. I would have to say, you know, very fluid and clean run. For some of these cars, some of the deduction I see is the commitment over there outside zone 2, kind of stretching it out as you saw, as you just said. Looks like he was very long on the e-brake, but overall everything else looks very clean and fluid.
So we'll see here. You can see the zebra stripes on the hood. But yeah, like I was saying, Ebisu is going to be very much packed next week. They got Matsuri going on. So if you're in the area, go check that out. Go say what's up to Kanta and the rest of the staff. Till then, we're going to see how Kanta's going to do in his qualify runs, waiting for the judges' score. After this, we'll have one more driver, and that's going to wrap up our first run. There you go, 78 for Kanta's first qualify run. Now we are approaching our last driver for the first session of qualify. Right now, it's looking pretty strong.
Last year's champion right here, this is Hokuto Matsuyama driving the Cusco Racing A90 Supra. Let's see how he is going to do in this new car, if he's used to the car already, and looking forward to seeing what kind of run he's going to lay down.
And I got to say, his teammate right now is in the lead for qualify. We'll see how he's going to do, see if he can knock Manoa down. But this is only the first run. We're only halfway through the live session, qualify. Look at that right there. This is why he was a champ last year, showing us how it's done, riding the outside line of every single zone, fully committed.
Wow.
And I gotta say, it's like he's used to this car. It's like he drives this in another series or something.
Wow, I would have to say that was a pretty clean run and exciting. The rate to angle, the pace, no drop in pace, everything looks natural. There's a lot of throttle throughout the track. As you can see, the smoke trail does not go away. Just at the transitions, right back on throttle, I would have a very beautiful run by Matsuyama. Good enough angle going to outside zone 2. Not too much, not too less. This is what we want to see.
Yeah, phenomenal job. Way to wrap us up right there on our first session of qualify here for round 1 at Suzuka Twin Circuit. And I got to say, what an amazing year it's going to be. 10th year, bringing in FDJ3. Oh, 91.
There you go. It's a 91 by Matsuyama. A very good score. And leading the points now for the being number 1 right now. Last year's champion in a brand new car gets the number 1 qualifying position as of now. So let's go ahead and see what everybody's going to bring to us for the second run. And
we'll see how the second session of qualify is going to go.
Yeah, so we have 91 points by Matsuyama. We have 88 points by Minoa. And in third, we have Hibino with the 86. So I think a lot of these drivers need to concentrate a little bit on the line. Right there, looks like the 59 and the 57 is the borderline in the bubble for the 32nd place. And I think that's it says Yam and Yam. 32. Car number 61 and car number 7, they're on the border. Car number 7 is Junji Yamamoto, which is 33rd place right now. And car number 61, car number 61, I am looking for the number right here, but then the car numbers, I can't find, oh, Yamanaka. So the young driver, he is 32nd place right now. So these guys being in that area, they're going to be scared because they can get knocked down easily being around that bubble. All right, so we're going to go ahead and see the replay of the run that we just saw right now. That is the number 1 qualifier as of now. Right there. Looks like he was a little wide on the outside zone 1, but overall keeps it within the lines he needs to be. The parameters of the track, smooth, not jerky, a lot of throttle early on, and a lot of angle. The rate to angle, look at that. Nice angle right on the outside. Transition going straight to high angle. A lot of throttle. And right here, very smooth going through the touch and go area and giving it enough angle to give it back, do a switchback at the last outside zone.
Yes, I got to compliment his commitment because, man, coming into that outer zone 1 to outer zone 2, a lot of these drivers were hesitating. He got right back on it and made it happen.
Are we going to commercial?
So Robbie was explaining earlier right there, number 1 qualifier all the way down to the break right there from 32 to 32nd, or 32 to 33rd. It looks like these track workers are cleaning up the track. Spectators are taking a quick break, and we're going to roll right back into it.
Yeah, we're going to roll right back into it too, but we're just looking at the trees right now, but
tune in, but definitely go get a drink right now, go get something to eat, be awake, because this is going to be the second half of round 1 Suzuka Twin Circuit qualifying. So tune in, we'll be right back to check out the rest of these guys.
方式について説明しよう。フォーミュラドリフトは3人の審査員によって審査が行われる。各審査員は走行ラインをチェックするラインジャッジ、ドリフトアングルをチェックするアングルジャッジ、そして走りを統括的にチェックするスタイルジャッジが担当する。ラインジャッジ、アングルジャッジの審査のため、コースには4から5箇所の審査ポイントが設定されている。設定されているのは主にコーナークリップ付近、ポイントとゾーン、コースによってはタッチ&ゴーがあり、この4から5箇所の審査ポイントでマシンが
革新のカーボンベゼル、Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ。
The brightness, called brilliant, blinding and vivid, Valentine.
「究極の静かさと安全性」「オンロード」「オフロード」世界中で活躍するケンダ、その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性、世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りである。高品質と納得 の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
バリのタイヤ。
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Gaspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
Had a brand new bending unit all the way through, just throws a early transition.
極限の世界。そこでこそ磨かれる本物がある。クスコ。
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
それではフォーミュラドリフトの審査方式について説明しよう。フォーミュラドリフトは3人の審査員によって審査が行われる。各審査員は走行ラインをチェックするラインジャッジ、ドリフトアングルをチェックするアングルジャッジ、そして走りを統括的にチェックするスタイルジャッジが担当する。ラインジャッジ、アングルジャッジの審査のため、コースには4から5箇所の審査ポイントが設定されている。設定されているのは主にコーナークリップ付近、ポイントとゾーン、コースによってはタッチ&ゴーがあり、この4から5箇所の審査ポイントでマシンの挙動がチェックされる。ラインとアングルジャッジは審査のポイント1箇所につき最高5点または10点。審査ポイントは全部で4から5箇所、最高30点がドライバーに与えられる。もう一つがスタイルジャッジ。スタイルジャッジは主に走行中の車全体の流れをチェックする。 このスタイルジャッジでは最高40点が与えられる。すべての点数を合計すると最高100点。ドライバーたちはこの100点を目指しチャレンジするのだ。さて、審査基準は次の通りである。ラインジャッジでは審査ポイントで確実にクリップについているかが重要。クリップから離れていくに従い得点は下がってしまう。アングルジャッジはクリップでのドリフトアングルが審査の対象。当然アングル、角度が大きいほど得点は高くなるが、戻ってしまったり不安定な場合は減点の対象となる。そしてスタイルジャッジ、スピード、スムーズさ、迫力、またドライビングから感じられるコミットメント、パッションもスタイルジャッジにおいて重要な要素である。審査では車の不必要な挙動、ブレやふらつき、メリハリのない走行などが減点の対象となる。またスタート時のエンジンストップ、フライングやパイロンタッチ計3回、審査コーナーでのスピンは即座に0点、コースからはみ出した場合は減点または0点の場合もある。ステアリングの角度が0度になるようなアンダーステアも含め、審査員の判断で0点になる。
And we're back. We finished our first run of Qualify here for the 2023 G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan here at Suzuka Twin Circuit, and we're going to roll right back into qualifying for the second half.
Yeah, and guys, sorry about that. Right before we went to the commercial, the commercial kind of cut off the whole explanation video, the drifting. I know it's all in Japanese, and there's a lot of question marks for some of you guys, but hopefully that image kind of gives you an idea of how we do judge. And a lot of it is, you know, the car placement of how far out you are, especially at this track, the outside zone 1 and 2. 2 is a critical area where there's 10 points that you're rewarded for filling the zone, and obviously filling the zone meaning being on the outside line with your bumper or the tire from the beginning to the end.
Yes.
So we don't want you to leave early or late. And, you know, that's 1, 2, 3, you know, a couple of points here and there that could actually, you know, dock off a lot of points on the scoring. So we would like to see the car on the edge all the time. Not too much, though. We don't want it to we don't want it to go over the edge.
And here we go, the 2022 Thailand Drift Champion, Ming Ming, going up in his Mr. DIY Ling Long Tire S15. Swinging back around, got a 72 on his first qualify run. Stayed real deep into that outer zone 3. Able to make it through that touch and go, but yeah, he stayed for a while in that outer zone 3, and like Robbie was saying earlier, if you don't leave right away, you're gonna set yourself up in a bad line.
So Ming Ming, a new driver here, a little bit long on the e-brake at the initiation, but I would have to say overall everything else looks pretty fluid and a lot of commitment throughout the track. And as a style judge, I would have to say he is bettering his first run, because the first run he looked like he was a little bit more timid. But this looked like there was a lot more commitment throughout the track. So
yes, he was able to connect
very
right
smooth,
there.
yeah, very smooth through there. But now we have to look at, you know, the line and angle judge. Added to this.
Staying as long as he did in that outer zone 3, I'm very impressed the way he was able to drag that out into the touch and go. 72 first qualify run. Is this going to be enough to increase that score? Like we said before, 59 was the cutoff.
I think so. That's my opinion,
though. That's a third of the opinion of all the judges there, so we'll see.
Yeah, and I think, you know, maybe the first run for all the drivers, it was like, you know, just coming back into competition, a little nervous, not as exciting. I'm pretty sure everybody doing, you know, getting their first run out, kind of, I'm gonna say, shakes off the nerves.
Let's see what he got. But I gotta say, there you go, 78. Going from a 72 to a 78. But yeah, coming into a totally different series here in the Japan series from the Thailand series is gonna probably be a lot different for him.
Yeah, he's a champion from last year, so looking to see greater things for him here in Japan. But let's go ahead and check out the next driver up.
Number 870, Akihiro Hanawa in his T-squares with good ride, DGR Eternal Speedmaster Z4. Got a 50 on his first qualify run. We were talking about it earlier. VQ Power DE, single turbo, 700 horsepower, making it happen. There he is, getting into outer zone 1, trying to drag it out to the outer zone 2. Could have been a little deeper through that outer zone 2, but trying to ride that back edge of outer zone 3 and getting right back on it into the touch and go. A lot better than his first qualify run with a 50, but we'll have to see what the judges have to say.
Yeah, so it looks like he did initiate a little bit too early. Does not reach outside zone 2 fully, but a good rate of angle, creeping up to that angle. And looks like that's what he's been doing. He doesn't get committed from the beginning of the turn to get right to the angle, and he does eventually get to the high rate of angle. So I'm not going to say a very high-paced driving by Hanawa. Right there, as you can see, misses a lot of outside zone 2. But like I said, you know, or like you said, a lot better than the 50 that we saw.
So we'll see. Here's the score right here, popping up on the screen. 75.
There you go, 75. That's a
huge increase from his 50. Made it happen. And yes, I was not stuttering or anything. It is a VQ, so pretty impressive car and driver with a 75. But up at the line, ready to go, was a champ last year of FDJ2, number 9, Yukio Matsui in the Ocean with M2 Evolution S13. Incomplete on his first qualify run, but he should throw down a solid run. This is a vehicle he's not new to.
Yeah, because he won the championship of FDJ2 last year, so and drove here in this car before, so he should be familiar with it too.
So we got to see a solid run. Oh, huge reverse, pretty much entry. Not what the judges want to see here, but in my eyes, it looked amazingly sick. But that's not what they're looking for a lyric qualifying. You can see right there, same thing he did on his first qualify run. Out of outer zone 3, he had to make a correction. That's not looking good for Matsui right now. Second qualify run. Yeah, not a way you want to start your season right there with 2 incompletes. But we'll have to see what the judges are officially going to say if that was an incomplete or not.
Yeah, it looked like he made, I don't know if it's the car or I don't know if it's something, but it's the same. Coming from the outside zone 3, straightening way before the touch and go, you know, that's a huge mistake made by Matsui, and it's unfortunate, but that's 2 incompletes by last year's FDJ2 champion.
So let's see. Next at the line is number 96, Katsuhiro Meguro, in the Ishin Origin Labo JZX 100 Mark II. His first qualify run, he had to take a competition 5-minute timeout because of either a hood pin or whatnot, but here he is coming back out. Got a 75 on his first qualify run. Trying to make some improvements to keep himself safe. 75 seems pretty solid, but we have a whole stack of drivers coming up on their second qualify run.
All right, so very late initiation there by Meguro, and not a whole lot of commitment either, because doesn't look like he gets right back on throttle after he initiates. It was a very questionable touch and go area where I'm not going to say it's straightened completely, but gets very close. Right there, misses outside zone 3. Very easy to see with this drone.
Yeah, and then really taken away from the commitment on that outer zone 4, not finishing strong. So we'll see. Like I said before, 75 was his first qualifier run. Was this enough to give him a few extra points? 75 right now seems pretty safe. There you go, 67. So he's going to have to secure that 75. And like I said, nothing safe at this point because there's too many cars left to figure that out. We got
and the only way is up.
Exactly.
Everybody has a possibility of raising their scores on their second run.
Yep, speaking of up, this guy needs to up his incomplete, get a solid run in the books. Number 12, Nagayasu Miyagi in the Car Guy Racing 8.6. New livery this year. Let's see how he is going to perform in completing the first time. Little long on the e-brake, leaving outer zone 1, getting right back on it again through outer zone 3 there. Real shallow in outer zone 3, which he had to take it real deep into that touch and go.
Yeah, so it looks like he reaches the turn and the zone without much angle and gets there too early and has to let off. And it's just a number of situations like that. So it doesn't seem like he is contemplating and thinking of what he should be in the position where he should be before he gets to the next outside zone. He looks like he kind of tries to figure out as he gets there.
Yeah, being more reactive than anything, definitely taken away from his fluidity, not finding his car in the position he wants. You can see right there, missing outer zone 3, and then dipping the tire because he wasn't in the right line through outer zone 3, being way too deep for the touch and go.
Yeah, so missing a lot of the zones.
There you go, 65. So he's got points on the board this time. We saw at the break, 59 was the cutoff. Things are starting to change for a lot of these drivers. But next at the line is going to be number 610, Kei Murakami in the Village Up JZX 100.
Yeah, earlier his run, he was pretty much all over the place. So I'm pretty sure hopefully he knows what he has to do to clean up that run to get a higher score for his second run.
Yep, calm and collective. Got a 44 on his first qualifier run. Leaving the chicane now, approaching the 3-2-1. Keeping the aggression right here through outer zone 1.
Whoa.
Wasn't able to get to outer zone 2 there, but making it up here through outer zone 3, but still real shallow in that outer zone 3. And overall, after outer zone 1, just missing the rest of the zones.
Yeah, as the line kind of all over the place on the track. Outside zone 1 looks pretty good, but misses outside zone 2. You know, getting back on the throttle and trying to stay committed on the throttle throughout the track. Not so much. He finds the point where he is safe, then he gets back on throttle, which is not what we want to see. We want to see the car in motion and a lot of throttle throughout the track.
There you go, missing outer zone 2 there. Trying to get all the way out to that outer zone 3. And just missing the touch and go. See if it's enough to boost his 44-point first qualifier run.
I think it's better than a 44, but I'm not sure if that's going to be
competitive for the top 32 spots. We'll see.
Yeah, well, I don't know right now. As of now, you know, the score's kind of everywhere, and I think the 61 or something was 61 or 62 was a borderline earlier, the bubble earlier.
There you go, 57.
57.
That's not looking too safe for Murakami. At the line, ready to go, coming all the way from Singapore, number 83, Benjamin Chiam in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles, JZ80 Supra. That's right, a Supra. Very aggressive body kit on that. Got a 75 on his qualifier run. Talked to him a little bit. He said he got a little bit of sim in to understand the track, but he says it's a very difficult track. Coming around into this outer zone 1. Nice flick into that outer zone 1, carrying it through just on the inside edge of that outer zone 2, but being very deep in outer zone 3, making up for it here through the touch and go. Fully committed in that touch and go and getting right back on it to outer zone 4 in the finish.
Yeah, very clean run. I have to look at the line over again, but there are areas where still a little bit timid because it doesn't look like he's throwing enough angle going into outside zone 3, so he's waiting for the car to settle to get back on throttle. But right there, a good sizable e-brake pull going to the outside zone 4. But overall, looking at the drone footage right here, looks like he clears outside zone 1. A lot of room in outside zone 2, and it looks like he is pretty much on the line, maybe off the line, I'm not sure, at the outside zone 3. Touch and go, some space, and a little bit of a space at the outside zone 4 as well.
We'll see. Got a 75 on his first qualify run. Talked to him a little bit more about his car. He said recently he went Wisefab on the front angle kit, got the rear radiator, so he got a little bit of practice time out at Ebisu, but 78 is going to be his final qualify run score. So we'll see if that's going to be enough to save him and put him into that top 32 spot. Here we are, international, well-known driver here, coming all the way from New Zealand, number 123, Mad Mike Woodette in the Team Magic with Red Bull FD. Four-rotor, twin-turbo, insane car. It does all the speaking for him.
And this is a championship car from about 4 years ago in FD Japan, and he's back with it.
Look at this, real aggressive from the start. Nice initiation in outer zone 1. Trying to get right back on it through outer zone 2, swinging back into this outer zone 3. And here he is, ripping in front of the judges through the touch and go. Trying to make it happen, ripping, getting it back on into that outer zone 4. We'll see if it's enough to bump his 69-point first qualifier run.
I think he's trying to, maybe he's taking it easy on his second run. It doesn't look as snappy and a crazy flare, but I would have to say it's very good angle throughout the track and very exciting to watch as well. And maybe he is trying to, pick up the scores that he did miss on his first run.
We'll see here. Here he is approaching that touch and go. Drone view giving us some crazy angles of all the zones. 69 on his first qualifier run. But we'll see here. There's the Team Magic with Red Bull. Pits right there, waiting and anticipating for the call. There you go, 76. So a little boost in his score. Good to see him back. He's going to do a full season with us, so I'm excited for that.
Yeah, so I think a lot of these drivers are missing a lot of the score because of the depth. And the outside zone 2 is very hard to get to, and that's 10 points. When you leave, if you have, a few feet away from the outside zone, the edge of the outside zone, you're already missing like 4 or 5 points right there on the line.
There you go, going through the chicane now. He got a 72 Sasayama DSL.com, brand new Lexus RC.
Ooh.
Filling that zone. Oh, tweaking just a little bit, leaving outer zone 2. Adjusting himself, coming into this touch and go. Nice job getting through that touch and go.
I have to check out this replay because the way he threw the car and chucked the car in outside zone 1, I really liked it, and very good pace going through outside zone 2, but looks like he does wash out a little bit towards the end of the outside zone 2. That affects him outside zone 3. Can't get on throttle as soon enough. But right here, the touch and go. A little bit of adjustment outside zone 4. That's going to dock him a little bit on the fluidity side of it,
yeah, leaving approaching outer zone 2 and then leaving it. Looks like he was a little too hot for him to handle and had to adjust himself into the outer zone 3. But overall, not bad. I think it's going to boost his 72, but who knows? We'll see here. The anticipation, they're waiting.
Yeah, so these are the,
80.
There you go. There you go, 80 points.
I was right for once. See, I don't
Good
make
job,
many calls.
Katie.
It only took
Hey,
4
yeah,
years
it only
to catch
took 4
on.
years.
You know.
You're not bad, not bad.
But we'll
And-
see how bad it's going to be for Jin Horino. He's going to be going up next. Got a 66-point first qualify run in the Good Ride Sports with Tops Racing Mew S14.
Man, you guys are good online. Like, the scoring, I mean, pretty good. All right, let's go ahead and see Horino lay down a run.
Right there into outer zone 1.
Ooh.
Not bad, but he couldn't quite get all the way out to that outer zone 2. Adjusting himself here, approaching into this outer zone 3, leaving outer zone 3. He's definitely got the touch and go down, getting right back on it through outer zone 4. But it's that outer zone 2 and that start of outer zone 3 is where he kind of loses himself.
Yeah, so the cars, it seems like there's so much forward bite that he gets to the turn and doesn't throw so much angle, so he has to stay off of throttle a lot until he gets into the safe angle.
So we'll see here. Good ride banner right there, coming hot with a lot of insane cars this year.
Yeah, you know, I think this is a very hard. This is a very hard.
Ooh, 1 point increase, went from a 66 to a 67.
This is a hard area for drifting. Is a lot of people want the speed and they want to go fast, but it means nothing if you're not driving through the zones, because that's more important. We want you to drive through the zones than trying to get through the track as fast as possible. This isn't time attack. So.
And there you go. That was the teammates right there to this individual ready to go. Number 41, Shiichi Uemura in his TMS Racing Team Cylon tire. Uemura Sangyo JZX 100 Mark II. Taping it up real quick, getting it squared away, make sure it's safe for the track. Got it incomplete on his first qualify run, so he's got the support of his other drivers there, trying to get some points on the board to see if he can make it into the top 32.
The starter Kuroda gives him the go, and now Uemura is on his way.
Let's see him do his thing, approaching this 3-2-1. There you go, outer zone 1 right there. Oh! Unable to hang on to that. And yeah, that's going to be his second incomplete. Unfortunately, that's going to wrap up his weekend for the first round here at Suzuka Twin Circuit.
I'm not sure if that's like a car issue or what, but both times earlier too, after he initiated, it didn't seem like he was able to get back on throttle. He pretty much understeers and straightened the front steering. I think kind of gave up towards the end of the, near the finish line.
So yeah, there it is, official right there, his second incomplete. That'll end his weekend at the line, ready to go. Got a 68 on his first qualifier run. Number 86, Kenichi Takashima, in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Chaser.
68. I thought you said 86. I'm sorry, maybe I'm just hearing things.
Are you pre-projecting what his score is going to be this next round? Are you like... We'll see here. He's definitely got to lay it down. 68 is getting close to that cutoff, swinging it around in the outer zone 1. Filling outer zone 2 there. But it looks like he's taken a little bit away through his commitment into that outer zone 3 through the touch and go.
But you know what? I mean, okay, the energy is low. The, you know, commitment level may be a little lower because he's a little timid, but it looks like he's filling the zones really well.
Yes. Well, like you said, energy level, yes, is low, but he's trying to do the best lead run that he can. And he's filling the zones to get as many points as he can from the judges. So we'll see if it's going to be enough to bump his 68-point first qualify run. But yeah, it's nice being on the mic, full English channel here. FDJ2 and FDJ3. When it's a combo weekend, you'll see us on the mic in Japanese and English because we're on the PA system, but we have our Japanese side. There you go, 69, so a little boost for him. But we have our Japanese side on their own live stream along with talking to the crowd out here in the PA on the PA system. There you go, Motis. Another Motis car coming up right here. Number 30, Takumi Sato in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Chaser. Got it incomplete on his first qualify run. Let's see how he's going to do. Leaving the chicane now.
Nothing to lose here.
Approaching that 3-2-1. Tire right on the edge of that outer zone 1. Getting back around right here. Struggled on his first run, transitioning from outer zone 1 to outer zone 2. But able to get a run in the books, not filling the zone completely, but putting a run down.
Yeah, it seems like he was rushing through the track right now for some reason, but kind of misses the outside zone 2. At the end, we saw him miss the outside zone 4 entirely. A little bit of a wobble there in front of the judging stand, in front of the touch and go. So a low commitment level here, and not as fluid, not as smooth as he should be. And just watching the line, misses a lot of the outside zones.
We'll see if it's going to be enough for him. Going from an incomplete, but this time around getting a run in the books.
You know, but coming from an incomplete, it would have been either I need to be careful to get another score or just go all out. But it wasn't an all-out run.
There you go, 69.
Well, I was just about to say that run was very similar to Takashima's that we just saw earlier that got a 69. So
sure you were.
I was about to say that. I was about to say you got a 17 online. I was about to say you got a 23 on angle as well.
All right, looks like our next car is ready to go. Sitting at the line, number 963, Daichi Mizutani, and the Mizutani Motors. Mariusha, that's where I messed up last time, racing. We'll see how he's going to do in his S15. Got a 61 on his first qualify run.
Looks like everybody's enjoying that the past two drivers got 69s. Cool.
Look at that flake right there on the S15.
And that's a 2J swapped S15. He used to run the SR for a long time.
We'll see how he's going to do. He got a 61. I don't think that's too safe now. Almost halfway through the second run of qualify. Real deep right there. Dipping a tire. Oh, dipping another tire right there through outer zone 2. Getting back around here through outer zone 3. Positioning himself not too bad through the touch and go, but definitely going to affect them through that outer zones 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'd say very committed, but let's go ahead and check this out right here. Huge mistake at outside zone 2. Almost has to straighten the steering, no counter steer. Dipping the tire at the end of outside zone 2. Doesn't fill outside zone 3 fully. Doesn't go all the way out at the touch and go. And right here, from this angle, not sure if he's filling the outside, the last outside zone. So it just seems like he's just kind of like blowing through the track.
Exactly, in that outer zone 4, he wasn't anywhere close to that zone. Just trying to finish it up, but we'll see if that was enough to bump his 61-point first qualify run.
Ooh,
71. huge improvement for him. Actually, there are a few spot-on guesses. But next up at the line,
you guys should just take over.
There you go. Let's just do online judging then. Here we are, next up at the line, number 80, Yuta Komatsu in the Komatsu Racing Lexus IS300. It's an FDJ2 car, but Komatsu, I think a few days ago, ran into a few issues with his car and had to go ahead and drop out and use this one. So,
a loaner car.
We'll see how he does here. Not too bad through outer zone 1. Looks like he's coming with a lot more heat this time. Bringing it back around into this outer zone 2, too deep there. Letting off. Bringing it right back through the touch and go to finish it. Oh, and over-rotating, dipping 2 tires through outer zone 4 into the finish.
And incompletes at the end. But,
So
I mean, it was
75.
I'm not sure if he tried to grip it up more than earlier. Kind of, when he got back on the throttle, he kind of missed the outside zone. Outside zone 2, he kind of left it when he got back on throttle, and he ends up spinning out after the finish line, so he's going to get an incomplete. As you see right now, I'm not going to say that was going to be the cleanest run. He did miss the outside zone 2. He did miss out outside zone 2 a sizable amount, and right here.
So let's see what this, there you go, the final run for him, incomplete, 0. 75 is what he's gonna take for a spot in the top 32.
Yeah, but 75 is probably enough for the vehicle to qualify, because I think there's only about 10 cars that aren't gonna make it today.
Exactly.
I think it's like a little over 40 cars.
And Uchiyama guy not looking too good right now. Got it incomplete on his first qualify run. He's in the Good Ride Motorsports with Perfect Style S15. Bringing that aggression right there through outer zone 1.
Once again.
Able to carry through, but unable to get out of the outer zone 2. Dipping 2 tires and losing control with another incomplete.
And I mean, I tell these guys, the car has too much grip, and the car doesn't want to rotate, and they're on gas, and the car keeps going forward, and they want the car to go more sideways, and they can't, so they start steering in, hoping that it's going to help the rear to come around, but it doesn't. So, you know, it doesn't let the car glide or slide to the outside zone. They just get on gas, and the car wants to go in, and pretty much the car straightens because there's so much grip, it doesn't want to rotate. So.
Yeah, it came way too aggressive into that outer zone 2. Not ideal, 2 incompletes. That's going to end his weekend, not the way he wants to start his season off. Next at the line, ready to go, is going to be number 8, Ryo Okabe in this Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Mark II. Okabe on a 70 right now. Leaving the chicane, approaching this 3-2-1. Let's see the performance by Okabe.
Ooh, nice flick.
Just on the edge of the track right there, not able to get to that outer zone 2 completely.
A little bit of a wobble coming outside zone 3.
Transitioning back around into that outer zone 4. We'll really have to dissect this run.
Yeah, there's a small, there's a few mistakes, but I like the way he took the outside zone 1 and the initiation. And right here, a little bit of a wobble at the end of outside zone 3. That's going to be a little bit of a deduction on the fluidity portion of it, but overall, I would have to say, style-wise, a better run than his earlier run. But now we have to add up the line where he misses outside zone 2, as you can see from the top where the drone footage is. Yeah, it doesn't look like he goes all the way to the edge of outside zone 4 either. But
we'll see if it's enough to bump up his 70-point first qualify run.
Yeah, the wind is.
It's pretty chilly, but
Yeah,
there you go,
it's
73. So just a small boost in his score. We'll see where that's going to place him for the top 32. Next up, there you go, Cusco Racing. Yoshitatsu Kaneda sitting at the line, ready to go in his Cusco Racing GR86. Got a 69 on his first qualify run.
Yeah, so not knowing where the bubble is at now. Earlier was a 61 or something like that, 62 or something.
Yeah, moved up last year from the FDJ2 series, took second overall 2 years ago. Here he is coming around into the outer zone 2. Looks like he played it pretty safe through that outer zone 1. Let's see how he's going to finish this second half of the track through the touch and go. Right there on the edge, dipping that tire. Getting right back on it through outer zone 4.
Yeah, like you just said right now, you know, very safe coming into the outside zone 2. And it looks like he gives it a minute to get back on throttle. So I would say not the most exciting run by Kaneda. Seems like he is still playing it safe, but definitely as a style judge, a little bit better than how he did on his first run. But now it's all up to the line right there. He does miss a sizable amount at outside zone 2. Leaves outside zone 3 a little too early. And
here's a better view for outer zone 4. There goes outer zone 1.
Look at that. Yeah, see, you look at the drone. It's like there's a box, and that box is a few feet wide. Almost, you know, 1/3 of the length of the car. And pretty much if you're not even in that box, that's going to be a sizable deduction.
So we'll see what the Cusco Racing team's going to get for Kaneda. 73.
All right, so that's a 73 by Kaneda. Seems like being in the 70s is pretty safe. Talk about wanting to be in the safe zone right here. Tadahiro Fukada, car number 38, is currently sitting on an incomplete.
Yes. Robbie likes to call him the gentle giant, the jokester. Let's see how he's going to do here. Not messing around, entering outer zone 1. Trying to make it happen. This is where he struggled last run. Not able to get all the way out to outer zone 2, but getting past that danger zone for him last run. And here he is, ripping through the touch and go.
Ooh.
Could have made it a little bit deeper into that touch and go. And a huge adjustment to that outer zone 4, the approach to that outer zone 4. Not looking good for Fukada.
Too gentle, not a good rate of angle going to the outside zone 1. A very low energy run right here. Not fully committed at the outside zone 3, leaving outside zone 3. Doesn't make it all the way out to the touch and go. Very shallow and very slow way to rotate the car at the touch, the transition at the outside zone 4.
The drone footage you can see just missing the touch and go and not able to get all the way out to that outer zone 4 on the finish. So we'll see.
Yeah, that was a very slow rotation of transition.
61.
I am not sure if that's going to be enough.
Pretty nerve-wracking for him to find out what the results are going to be. But till then, we're going to see this next driver, brand new build, new car to the series, number 75, Koji Nagase. He's sitting currently on a 66. He's in the Team Kazama with power vehicle, 2GR powered Lexus IS 350C.
C stands for coupe. I'm just kidding. I don't know.
And here he is right here, swinging around outer zone 1. Definitely messing with his fluidity throughout this track, trying to manipulate this car to be where he wants it to be. getting back around into that outer zone 4, but yeah, real shallow through the touch and go.
Yeah, so I think very similar run from the style point of view. Very timid, and like you said, you know, the fluidity of the vehicle, not so much throughout the track. It doesn't even seem like he's wanting to throw so much angle. I'm not sure if he doesn't know what the limits of the car is yet, so he's taking it easy throughout the track.
Yeah, and he was in a JZX 100 last year, so the different dynamic styles he's got to drive or adjust himself to this car. We'll have to see. But yeah, these drivers had roughly 5 weeks on the off season, so I'm not even sure how much time he had to get adjusted into this vehicle. There you go, 68. 2-point boost for him. Sitting at the line, ready to go is going to be number 111, Tetsuya Hibino. 86 for his first qualify run, did an amazing job, but definitely has a little bit more he's got to squeeze out of this track in the Good Ride Motorsports 400Z.
He knows what he needs to do because he already got an 86, and I'm pretty sure he's going to try to up that score.
Exactly, he's going to flick this thing hard into that outer zone 1. Nice job carrying it through into that outer zone 2 right there, coming back around. Oh, right in that back line right there into the dirt in outer zone 3. But staying right back on it and holding through to outer zone 4. Yeah, he wasn't messing around, came in real hot to that outer zone 3, kicked some dirt up to the fans out there, and got right back on it.
Yeah, so I think he was trying for more of an aggression, but it doesn't seem like the car was cooperating as much. And it looked like he was a little bit late in what he wanted the car to do, and the car didn't react as quickly as he wanted to. And right here, does okay at the outside zones. Almost 3 tires off at the outside zone 3. And very exciting to see, but I would have to say that's not the cleanest run that we've seen. Even though he was dipping tires and stuff, style-wise, it didn't make the car. It didn't upset the movement of the car.
Yeah, yeah.
But at the same time, you know, the way he approached each turn, he was, I think he was hurrying a little to get to the next turn, and he approached it too early.
But yeah, you made a good point. The disruption for the car wasn't there whenever right here. Right about now, dips the tire, nothing.
Yeah, but still,
unfortunately, yeah.
This isn't going to be the best score for Vino.
Yeah, unfortunately, if there was a wall there, we wouldn't have the same result. So
yeah, if there's a wall there, we would hurt. We got the brand new car.
There you go, 78 on his second qualify run.
But you know, he has a 86.
He's
so,
going to lock that in. But this individual, he can't lock his run in. Incomplete with a 0 on his first qualifier run, number 212, Ryutaro Oe in the Awa Tire Racing RX-7FD. This was his dad's car last year. In previous years, he's moving up from his S14 into this car. We'll see how he's going to do here. This time getting a run in. Not sure what happened on his first qualify run. He had to shut down after outer zone 1. Oh, real deep, but just hanging on through that outer zone 3. Dipping 2 tires right there. Kicking some rocks at that touch and go, swinging back around into this outer zone 4.
Oh.
And man, that 3-rotor is screaming through that track.
A wild ride by Oe, but a little wobbly initiation. And here, not being stable on the angle, then kicking too much angle as he's going off track. Does a good job up until the touch and go, but doesn't reach the touch and go as well. I like the way he did approach the end of the track, but everything in the beginning right here is not pretty.
And you can almost see, like, right here where he made the mistake in outer zone 3, you can almost see like he got upset because he got right back on the gas and mashed on it and didn't let go all through that touch and go.
I like, though, how when you drive a car, and some of the drivers pretty much show their aggression and their feelings and emotions. Yeah.
You should have seen it, because after he finished, he screamed right around the corner and pretty much all the way back to the pit. So he's not too happy and impressed with his run, but we'll see how the judges thoughts are on his run. Incomplete first. There you go, 64 for his second.
Yeah, so I don't even know where the bubble is right now.
Next at the line, ready to go with a smile, thumbs up, number 100, Andrew Gray, and the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles, JZX 100, four-time champ in this car. Let's see how he's gonna do. Got a 68 on his first qualify run, swinging around outer zone 1. Nice job through outer zone 1, getting right back on it into that outer zone 2, transitioning back around through this outer zone 3. Now here's where he's gotta really get on it. Giving us a smoke show through that touch and go.
Ooh.
And making a correction a little bit there in that outer zone 4. Not able to get all the way out deep into that zone.
Right here, very slow but smooth initiation at outside zone 1. And it looks like very fluid, not as high on the commitment side of it, but very fluid throughout the track. But comes a little short at the outside zone 4. Right there. I just heard them saying, you know, he has won an event. He was a winner of the event, of a single event, 10 times since he's been in the Formula Drift Japan series. So he's probably known, he knows how to get to the top when he's tandeming, but it doesn't seem like he is.
There you go, 68. So we'll see if that's going to be enough. But yeah, hats off to his crew. I know they were busy trying to get the car squared away for this round. I told them I'd give them a little shout out. So here you are, next up at the line, number 58, Kazuhiro Kubo with the vacancy 180SX. New livery this year, same car, new livery. And I don't know if it's the same driver because this driver has been driving insane. Got a 68 on his first qualify run. Hard flick through outer zone 1 right there. Filling outer zone 2, but a little bit too much, dropping 2 tires right there, disturbing the car, but trying to get right back into it through the touch and go. And yeah, he hit hard on that outer zone 2.
Yeah, disrupting the car there at the outside zone 2. I really like the excitement that he had. I really like the way he initiated outside zone 1. But everything else kind of fell apart after the outside zone 2 area. Approaching the outside zone 3, you can see here, does go off track. A lot of dirt right there. Then since he does go off track, he loses the momentum going to outside zone 3. It doesn't look like he's able to reach the outside of outside zone 3 as well as he's supposed to, and comes short on the outside zone 4 as well.
So we'll see here, 68, first qualify run. '66, so yeah, his first qualify run is gonna be the one he's gonna take, hopefully to the top 32. Here we are, new car in the series, but not a new driver, number 73, Ikuo Saito. He was in a JZX 100 last year, but now he's in the Motis West Auto R35 GTR. 63 for his first qualify run. Let's see how he's gonna do for his second. Real deep, dipping a tire there in outer zone 1. Not quite deep enough into that outer zone 2. So yeah, just trying to finding himself all over the track right now. Just missing that touch and go.
Ooh.
And a huge adjustment.
He was pretty much off throttle, like
yeah.
through the last. He just kind of glided through.
He let it just settle through outer zone 4.
Yeah, it just seems like it's just once he's on throttle, the car wants to try to straighten and go forward. So maybe need to figure out a way for the car to go sideways a little bit more.
So we'll see if that was enough to bump his first 63-point qualify run. And if not, is 63 going to be enough?
I mean, it's a new car, so, you know, I'm pretty sure he's in the middle of developing it. There's probably a lot to do to the car.
There you go, 64.
So he did bump a point, and that's... I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. I don't know what the bubble is, where the bubble is at, so I'm not going to speak too soon either.
Next is number 7, Junji Yamamoto. In the good ride, 2JZ FD3 got a 57 on his first qualifier run. Almost came up with a reverse entry on his first qualifier run. Here he is again, coming around, trying to get right back on it. Coming around outer zone 3 here. Man, just speeding through the track. Could be a lot more focused in the zones. Right there you saw outer zone 4 unable to make it.
Yeah, so right here, it's just all initiation, and after that, not smooth on the throttle. Seems like he's just fighting the car to keep it sideways.
We'll see here, 57 was his first qualifier run. Definitely blazed through the track there. Not finding himself in the zones like he needs to be to catch all those extra points that he lost on his first qualifier run.
Yeah, it's like, man, I wish some of these guys, we could just say, you know, just slow the pace down and try to make, you know, try to run the line. I mean, be on the outside of the...
There you go, 59. So a few points increase for him, but not sure if it's going to make that threshold. Next up, at the line, ready to go. He got a 57 also on his first qualifier run. It's going to be number 125, Yoshichika Tamagawa in the Car Guy Racing JZA 80 Supra. See how he's going to do on his second qualifier run. Here he is approaching this outer zone 1. The e-brake hold was definitely affecting him, leaving the outer zone 1, and he just lost it through that outer zone 2 there. Trying to make it up here through the touch and go.
I like the way he initiated it right here. That 3 tires, we're gonna have to rewatch that.
Yeah, just like his first qualifier run, ending that outer zone 1, had a huge e-brake hold, a long pause for him, but here we are right here. That's what they're trying to focus on right now. If he dipped 3 tires to make it an incomplete. And Robbie explained earlier, all these zones are about a foot in from where the edge of the track is. So him kicking up dirt, he's already out pretty deep from the zone, over a foot. But we'll see if he was actually 3 tires out. Waiting on this replay right here. A better view, the drone view. Here it is right here. There's his third front. Yep, there you go, his third front tire.
Yes, it is unfortunate, but 3 tires is where we have to draw the line. And after the drone footage, and also the, you know, watching the replay and stuff like that, unfortunate. Right here. Check out the front right tire. This angle, well, you already saw the front right tire actually goes off for a split second either. So it looks like Tamagawa kind of overshot outside zone 2. But I know what he was trying to do, because he was trying to get it extended to fill the outside zone 2. But this is why it's so hard to get on the outside of the outside zone too, because you can easily go over it and end up with an incomplete, or you could be super shallow on the line and lose a lot of line score.
There you are. Next up at the line, number 5, Tomoki Tanaka in the V-Style good ride with Tetsujin. JZX 100 leaving the chicane down, got a 70 on his qualify run. Coming up to our last 15 drivers here, ripping around outer zone 1. Nice job flicking it hard through that outer zone 2, transitioning back around into this outer zone 3. We'll have to see how deep he was in these zones. And here he is, approaching the touch and go. Coming back around into this outer zone 4. A lot more commitment this time around for Tanaka.
All right, right here, I like the way and the energy he does initially. Doesn't go right to angle, but gets into the highest rate of angle. But right there, a little bit of adjustment on outside zone 3, and E-brake pull right there at the touch and go. After that, a good amount of commitment by Tanaka, but few sizable mistakes here and there.
Here's the drone footage right here, approaching that touch and go. And let's see how much of that outer zone 4 right there, all the way through into the finish. 70 was his first qualify run. Will this be enough to bump his score up? You can see right there, dipping that tire, how deep he was, almost half car length outside of that zone. There you are, 76. 6-point increase for Tanaka.
Yeah, so the risk he took, it paid off. Gets a higher score than his first run.
Man, we are sounding kind of dead on the mic, but hopefully this next driver can wake us up, because we're coming down to the wire to our last few drivers. Fan favorite. Coming up, number 555, Yukio Fausto in the Side X Japan with Cylon tires and Liberty Walk S15. 77 was his first qualify run. Let's see how this new livery, new style S15 is going to do for Yukio Fausto, coming out into this outer zone 1. Nice flick into that outer zone 1, swinging back around, catching right back on into that outer zone 2. Here he is, adjusting himself into that outer zone 3, deep into that zone, coming up into this touch and go right here. And right here at the finish, doing what he does best, a smoke show.
Very nice flick at the entry, very exciting to see. A lot of throttle throughout the track. And now you can see there's a lot of adjustment because he is going a little bit too deep on the outside zones right there. Slight E-brake pull up and touch and go. Gets on the E-brake going the opposite than going to the outside zone. So he's pretty much trying to decel before he does the transition at the outside zone 4. But other than that, everywhere else, looks like he's on throttle, heavily on throttle throughout the track. A good amount of angle.
Yeah, this is one driver that does not struggle when it comes to commitment. He's very committed, and his foot is all the way down on the throttle. Right there, you can see the smoke show in the drone's face right there, swinging back around at the far edge of outer zone 3 and right back on it into that touch and go.
Right there.
See how this Cylon tire S15 goes.
There you go.
83 points right there for Yukio Fausto.
83 by Yukio. If he cleaned it up, there's a couple of things where it was obvious where I think he lost some line score because the outside zone 3 is not at the edge of the track. Outside zone 3 is a little bit like a foot inside. So being on the edge of the track, you're pretty much, tires off. But overall, very great run.
Next up in the line is number 3, Takatoshi Momaida in the 5X Tire Navigate S14. 72 was his first qualifier, approaching this 3-2-1, flicking around just on the edge of that outer zone 1, but able to drag it all the way out to the outer zone 2 here, transitioning back around through outer zone 3. Just giving a smoke show for these fans out here into the touch and go, back around with a strong finish.
So this may, I forgot how it was first, but average initiation and flick, but a lot of bumps. It was a pretty sizable e-brake going to the outside zone too. But overall, a lot of flaws. Very exciting to watch. And the smoke show, clean through the touch and go. Now, as it's put together with the angle and the line judges.
See if it's going to be enough to bump that 72-point first qualifier run that he had. But being in the 70s definitely seems safe right now to solidify a spot for round one here at Suzuka Twin Circuit for top 32 tomorrow. So here we are, back-to-back weekends at Suzuka Twin Circuit. We had FDJ2 and FDJ3 last week, and here we are rolling into the Pro Series of Formula Drift Japan. Beautiful weather, can't complain. 73, 1-point increase for Imamaida.
73, I definitely think the 70s is, the safe zone. So making it into tomorrow's
With that being said, this next driver sitting at a 65 right now, number 666, Shuichimano, with the Mid-Tour Racing with Chinese Boy Style 1 Via. Gonna have to pick it up, get the loose points that he left out there. 65, rolling around outer zone 2. A little bit of adjustment coming up to this outer zone 3 and catching himself halfway through that outer zone 3 and getting right back on it right here through the touch and go, back around into that outer zone 4. Not as fluid as we're used to out of him.
The angle is a little deeper. Having to slow down a little bit through the outside zone 2. It's all right. But I would have to say very smooth, but at the same time, not a whole lot of throttle throughout the track. Let's go ahead and check this out from the... Oh, I guess not. The
drone saw a squirrel.
Yeah, so the drone's not... I was going to look at the drone shot and explain a little bit of it, but...
We'll see here. Wrapping our last bit of drivers up for their second qualify run. Let's see. 76. Looks like he's safe right there. But let's see. There you go, the Cusco girls. We'll see how this next driver right here, he's trying to bump back up from his teammates. Got an 88 right now. The young buck, number 771, Hiroya Minoa in the Cusco Racing GR Yaris.
Now we can see a flare from this young driver.
Here he is coming around outer zone 1. Just holding on right there through outer zone 2 there. Coming back around into this outer zone 3. Looks like he had a little hesitation leaving that outer zone 3. And yeah, he left a little bit out there through the outer zones 2 and the outer zone 3.
So it's a very clean run on the edge. It is just a little bit too wide on outside zone 2, but right here it looks like he's right on the line at the outside zone 3. And right there at the touch and go, also built the touch and go. And the switchback, a little timid at the switchback, but let's go ahead and check out the droned view. Yeah, it looks like he might be like a tire off or something there at the outside zone 2, but very deep. And right through the touch and go, very clean.
We'll see here, 88 was his first qualify run. See what the judges are going to give him for this second qualify run.
Yeah, I'd say this one was a lot more fluid than the first run, and the first one seemed like he had more commitment, and it was edgy. Um, and I think the approach from the outside zone 3 through the touch and go. Whoa, there you go.
89. 1 point increase right there, but it was a bump. Wasn't enough to beat his teammate, but it's all right. That's still a solid point
Yes, it is.
Solid points and solid position for qualify. Down to the last 11 drivers. We'll see. Can somebody knock him down? Currently sitting in second overall in the points for qualify, or will he be able to secure that spot?
Yeah, now, the high 80s right here is an exciting score, but we do have, the last driver of our the second run.
We're getting updated on a driver right now.
Uh-oh. So, Sobagiri is going to be sitting on his 80-point run, and he is not going to make his second run.
He's in the GR86, powered by a VR. So he'll have an 80. He'll roll into the top 32 with an 80. We'll see where his standings are going to be in the brackets.
Hey, so on the camera, we look like we're, nice and comfortable, but it's really cold
It's
up
pretty
here.
chilly, yeah.
And
Sorry, I know some of y'all said we sound kind of like we're sleeping or not lively and stuff like that. I'm trying to get energetic for these last 10 drivers here because
look at these guys right there. Those were the Sobagiri fans with the name cards and stuff. But as you can see over there in the back, Sobagiri's car is getting towed.
But you know what I'm really
away.
hyped about right now? Is at the line right now is another Cusco driver. And if this Cusco driver gets higher than, I believe, an 86, it can be like a full Cusco 1-2-3 qualify sweep. And that's pretty big stamp out there considering we have a huge Team Good Ride and we have a huge Team Kazama with Power Vehicles group out there, and that's a pretty big statement by them. But here we are right here. Yusuke Kusaba coming through the chicane right now, approaching the 3-2-1 in his GR86, ripping around outer zone 1, getting right back on it through outer zone 2. Hey, this is looking a little spicy right now, swinging into the outer zone 3 here, into this touch and go. I think he had a mic on it because he definitely heard me because he's picking it up from his first 84-point run. And man, that looks like a contender.
Wow, I'd have to say very, very, very exciting and nice run by Kusaba right here. It was very, very committed. A little timid going into the outside zone 3, but after that, I like the way he handles the touch and go and gets right back on throttle after he makes the transition going to the last outside zone. Let's go ahead and check out the drone view. Look at that, right on the outside of the line. Right there, when he goes into outside zone 3, that's where he does a little adjustment, and I'm going to have to deduct that. But overall, everything else looks pretty good for Kusaba.
We'll see here.
Oh, looked like maybe the line was a little off.
Oh my God, there you go in 89. Hey, you know what? For one time, I didn't jinx anything right there. I mean, this might be a good year for me right now.
Yes, it is. Kenny's doing great, guys. So, but
all I gotta do is
you know
talk
who's
about
doing
it.
greater right now? Kusaba coming into. I think they're gonna have to go with their second best, but I think that's third place in qualifying right now. So we do currently have a 1-2-3 Cusco swipe for the qualifying, but we still do have about 10 drivers to go.
And 10 solid drivers
and
at
this
that.
guy is not going to let that happen because this is the champion from 2 years ago of FDJ2. It's Yamanaka, son of Kenji Yamanaka, an ex-Formula Drift USA driver. Now his son is the Formula Drift Japan driver. Let's see how he's going to do in this Supra.
And his brand new Good Ride Motorsports A90 Supra swinging into outer zone 1. Definitely coming out with some fire this time around. Got a 59 on his first qualify run. Bringing it right back around here through that outer zone 4.
Oh man, so we're talking about, cars straining up at the touching area, but right here coming from outside those two, he's already really shallow. There's angle, so we won't give a score for that.
Way better than his his 59-point run right there. He had a little bit of a bobble leaving that outer zone 3, but able to save himself.
Yeah, and you know, he almost lost full angle coming out outside zone 3, so that's a major mistake, leaving some line scores on the table as well. So let's go ahead and you know, there is a lot of commitment right here by Yamanaka, but I would have to say a few sizable mistakes as a fluidity.
So he was the cutoff when we were going halfway through qualifying. So after the first qualified runs, he was the cutoff for who was going to be in the top 32. So now he's long gone, been bumped off that list. We'll see what this is going to do. 71, bringing him back into the game.
So, you know, leaving a lot on the table, being not as fluid, but he does get a 71, and that might be good enough to make it into the top 32. Now, that was the Linglong Tire and the Fukushima, or the Ellis Tires drift team from Team Fukushima, Umbrella Girls cheering Suenaga.
Going through the chicane now in his Fair Ladies. He got a 76 on his first qualified run. Still rocking that BR under the hood. Back around from outer zone 2 to outer zone 3, transitioning very hard. And getting right back on it at the end into this touch and go. We'll see, 76.
I like the way he puts the car and outside zone 1, but still, I think being smooth, not as smooth as some of these drivers, and at the end right here, having to hold it and get on the level train really hard to get the rear to rotate, and that was kind of obvious for him to do that. As a fluidity, you know, that's going to be some kind of a deduction in the style score. But now let's see everything else. He is already sitting on a 76, and I'm pretty sure he's going to want to better his score.
Here's the drone footage right there, filling outer zone 2, and then kicking it right back around into this outer zone 3. Looks like he's dipping a tire just at the edge of that outer zone 3, but able to get right back on it through the transition from the touch and go. Team Fukushima right there.
I want to find out what that pose is.
There you go, 79. So 3-point increase for Suenaga.
All right, so we are getting these scores in, and it looks like we are down to the top 7, 8?
Yep, and coming all the way from the West Coast, number 21, Ken Gushi, in his brand new Team Kazama with Power Vehicles Lexus IS 500.
He's sitting on a 69, and I don't even know where the low is.
Yeah, that's not looking too safe right now, but we'll see how he's going to do. I know he had a little bit of trouble during practice with the car, getting it dialed in and everything, but we'll see here how he's going to do. The team's pretty strong.
And, you know, he is, this is, you know, not familiar with this chassis because this is pretty much like the second time he's driving it, I think. I remember they did a video of him testing it in a different track, but now he is concentrating in a car. It's left-hand drive. It's a little bit longer than the wheelbase than the RC that he was driving. And the power plant now is a 2J, so.
He was VR last year. Here he is in a 2J, swinging back around here into outer zone 1. Trying to get to those zones, fill them as much as he can. Bringing it back around into this outer zone 3. Filling the touch and go right there, but transitioning right into that outer zone 4.
It looks pretty. He's coming short on a lot of the line area, the outside zones right here. Does outside zone 1, that doesn't reach outside zone 2. A lot of commitment. The car is smooth, but I would have to say touch and go looks like he clears it well. Right here, the approach to the outside zone 4, he might have a little bit of space there too. looks like he was a little short on line throughout the track.
So we'll see if that's enough to bump his 69-point first qualify run.
And I'd have to say, you know, fluidity and commitment level, not a crazy amount, but I think on this run, the line score is going to hurt him a lot.
There you go, 71, so 2-point increase. We'll see if that 71 point is going to be enough to get into that top 32. There you are on the screen, ready to go. Number 37, Koichi Yamashita, the champ in the TMS Racing Team Silent Tire E92 BMW. Got a 79 point on his first qualify run. We'll see how he's going to do. Got 7th overall last year. Moving from his JZX 100 into the BMW. Let's see how he does. Still got the 2J power plant. Coming back around into this outer zone 3 here. Looks like he held off just a little bit entering into that outer zone 3. And into this outer zone 4. Just a little bit of a settling of his car.
Yeah, it looks like he is less committed than the first one. I like the way he flicks it, but after that, he really waits until the car is settled to get back on throttle. And there's pretty much basically, what I'm trying to say is basically a lot of adjustments for the car to put it where it's supposed to be at, which is not a bad thing, but we do want to see the more of a natural run where there's more throttle controlling the car than the car yanking the e-brake and waiting for it to grip up.
It was lacking the aggression that we're used to seeing. So definitely not like him. He's a very aggressive driver. We'll see how he does in the standings. There you go, 74. So 79 is what he's going to take his first qualify run. And we are down to our last 5 drivers here.
Yes, the top 5 now of coming into the 2023 season. This is our 10th year of Formula Drift Japan. We're 10 years behind on the Formula Drift USA because they're in the 20-year anniversary.
It's a huge mark for them. And here we are right now watching Takahashi go through the chicane with the TMS Racing Team Silent Tire E92 BMW. A look-alike from Yamashita, but it has a different power plant with the VR swinging around outer zone 3 here. And just listen to that thing scream right past us through the touch and go, approaching the outer zone 4 here. Hard flick into that zone. Strong finish.
Yeah, so that was a lot of angle and a lot more cleaner than how he handled it earlier on the first round. Rolls his car around. He does have to wait for the car to settle to get on throttle, but when the throttle is open, it's open. And the car is good amount of angle throughout the track. So I'd have to say, you know, left foot braking at the last outside zone, and you know, kind of the dead silence of the wait for the car to settle is where the area that I am going to be deducting. But overall, not a bad run at all.
Exactly. With that all being said, I believe that was better than his 72-point first qualify run.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Very aggressive driver. Finished the year off 5th. There you go, 79. So he's tied with his teammate with a 79. Coming up next, this driver also has a 79. Number 530, Wataru Masuyama in his Good Ride Motorsports GR Yaris. There he is waving at the camera. Looks like he's feeling in good spirit today.
Yeah, like I said earlier, you know, I guess he was sick this past week or so. And physically maybe not ready, but mentally.
Oh yeah, all there. Here he is coming around outer zone. Oh, hard flick right there. Getting right back on it. Man, what an aggressive run right there through outer zone 2. Coming back around that's outer zone 3 here and putting on a show for these spectators. Huge aggression. Nice finish. But was it too much through that outer zone 1?
Yeah, I don't think he reached this outside zone 2 so much because he chucked it too, reversed it too much. And you know, obviously there is an adjustment in angle because of what he was mentioning. I'm not saying that there's anything bad with it. You know, we just don't really look forward to that in the competition. But really cool run by Matsuyama, and I'm gonna have to strictly see the adjustment right there. Doesn't reach outside zone 2. A little bit of a angle adjustment, so that's gonna be counted as an adjustment. But very exciting. A lot of throttle throughout the track.
Yes, he had a lot of commitment there leaving outer zone 1 and just got right back on it. Didn't lose any fluidity from it, just made it look nice. Had pretty flow from outer zones 2 to outer zone 3.
Man, I mean, if he dialed it a little back and went for the line, I mean, I'm looking at it would boost his score up by like 10, maybe even 15 points, you know?
Yeah. So we'll see here what the other judges have to say. Got a 79 there, go 78. So unfortunately bumping him. Gonna have to keep that first qualifier run.
Yeah, so did a little bit of a crazy entry, caused a mistake not being able to bring the car out to the outside zone 2 as much. But cool run by Matsuyama.
Here we are at the line, ready to go. Got 3rd overall last year, number 4, Masanori Kohashi in his Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange 890 Super. Was in the S15 last year, got a 78 on his first qualified run, and here he is debuting this 890 Supra, new livery and all. Swinging around outer zone 1, looks like he was right on the back edge of that outer zone 1. Dipping a tire there through that outer zone 2, real deep in all of these zones here. But having very good control over the car in those zones, not getting disturbed by the tire dip.
A lot smoother than the first run.
Yes, for sure. Got a 78, like I said. Definitely look a lot more exciting than his first one.
Right there. And the adjustment that I could see right there is the slight angle change that we saw going into outside zone 2 because of the left foot braking, but he kept it a lot smoother. Earlier, there was a big pause there when he was left foot braking through the outside zone 4 too, but looks like he cleaned that up on both of the areas. So good job by Kohashi. Now we're gonna have to see what he got for his
we'll have to see what the rest of the judges have to say for his overall score. Yes, that was a nice entry right there. Hard flick by him. And then right after that, committed to it. Hit that outer zone 2. A little deep, but still hit it with commitment. And made it happen the rest of the track. And like you said, didn't let go. Got right back on it right there through that outer zone 4 into the finish.
Yeah, so clean run by Kohashi. And it was also exciting too. So 82 points. So that's an 82 by Kohashi. Being in the 80s is definitely going to be being in the safe zone. So
here we are. Got 2nd overall last year, number 57, Kanta, with the Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange JZX 100 Chaser. Got that zebra print new livery to it. Here he is. Struggled a little bit on his first qualifier run with a 78. Right there at outer zone 2, like his first run, couldn't quite get all the way out to that outer zone 2. Last year, he got the number 1 qualified position.
And this looks pretty close to that because it's a very clean run. Let's go ahead and see this. A little bit of not as stable at the initiation and at the angle, but after that, looks like he, puts the smoke screen button on because the car is very stable, very fluid throughout the track, and there's a lot of commitment, I think, and very minimal, corrections like using left foot braking and stuff like that. Very fluid, clean run by Kanta.
Pretty solid. Should bump his 78-point first qualifier run.
Yeah, I think it.
And this is the last chance to knock the #1 qualifier out right now. Who's the last driver that's going to be up next? There you go, 82. 82, just like his teammate, Kohashi. So we'll see. So Kanto with an 82. Last but not least, right now, he is our points leader for qualify. His first qualify run was a 91. So all he's got to do now is just give us a show. He's in a new car for him, number 774, Hokuto Matsuyama in the Cusco Racing 890 Supra.
Man, this is going to be impressive. If he
what a way to end, that's what I gotta say.
He's going to extend the score. So now everybody's watching him. Oh. Never mind.
Hey, see, I didn't say anything, and I let Robbie do all the talking to see what would happen, and we got results.
Maybe I need to shut up.
Man. But hey, he got a 91 on his first qualify run, enough to secure that top spot. And I gotta say, first, second, and third, we got a Cusco Racing team finish.
And I think, you know, especially with tracks like this, it's really hard to, you know, gauge the speed going into the turn and how deep it is in outside zone 2. And I think the turning radius, looking at it from the top of the track, from the sky, it's really tight going from outside zone 1 and 2. And you don't want to kill too much speed where you're not going to reach outside zone 2. You don't want to go in you don't want to go in too fast where it's going to push you out to the, you know, outside. And also angle is what we want to see. We want to see more angle after, not at the initiation. We want to see more angle leaving outside zone 2, going to the outside zone 3 where you're flicking it. I think some of these drivers are kind of having that, they're mistaking the areas where they're emphasizing the angle. Like, let's say they're throwing so much angle at the initiation. We want the fast rate to angle, but we want to make sure that the driver has enough angle to clear that turn.
Yeah,
not over rotating.
I think a lot of them are focusing after that outer zone 3, trying to get through the touch and go, because a lot of them were talking about that. That was their biggest struggle and their worry was.
I mean, I thought that was the biggest. It is one of the most important parts of this track, going from outside zone 3 to the touch and go. But I think, like you said, everybody got a little too carried away on that and just kind of forgot about outside zone 2, and forgetting that that's the 10-point score for the line. So overall, it looked like a lot of the drivers kind of lost points at some simple areas that they should have been able to make. And those drivers that made over 80s and high 80s, and you know, the #1 qualifier here, Matsuyama, drivers like that probably did not miss the opportunity and took it. And
Exactly.
that's how they ended up on top.
Man, but that wraps up our second part of qualifying for the round 1 here at the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan round. It's been an exciting day, beautiful day. The weather's been beautiful. You can see the spectators going to the stage right now so we can make the official announcements on the positioning on where everybody classed for top 32. But you can see right there on the screen now, the cutoff
is 68 points.
68 points at the cutoff.
So 68 and above makes it into the top 32. And, you know, I think a lot of people, the Japanese audience too, I get this. They're going to say, oh, 68, that's low. Hey, if it's consistent, it doesn't really matter if it's a 32 or a 52 or a 62. It's a score. And the 62, or I'm sorry, the 68 point, if it's scored, like, let's say if everybody wants to see 70s and 80s, we'll just add a 20 to each score.
Yeah.
You know, and that's pretty much it. As long as they're in the order they should be, the score is not going to really matter. So, but we're not going to have any scores tomorrow because we're going to go into the top 32. And there you go. Matsuyama looks very excited in his new car and his new team. Last year's champion. Just got done with his incredible run. Well, it's not his second run, though. His second run, he kind of chucked it and lost it.
And you can see right there, Nagase just skimming by in the 32nd position, while Horino just missing out to compete in the top 32 of round one.
Yeah, this is a big moment though, I think, for the team, because they did add a new driver. They are driving different cars, and they have a variety of cars. They got a Yaris, they got a GR86, they got a Supra. Let's go ahead and check out the #1 qualifying run.
Outer Zone 1 and filling all of Outer Zone 3. But yeah, right from the start, pretty much keeping his smoke trail all the way through the track. So phenomenal job by him. And yeah, we'll have the brackets posted up on the Formula Drift Japan Instagram for y'all to see. And we'll see who he'll, we'll see how it's going to go for him. And you can see them heading down to the stage for the presentation of Top 32. I got to say thank y'all. I mean, hands down, thank y'all for tuning in with us.
Thank y'all. Hey, shout out to everybody out there watching this.
冷めるようなね、いい走りを届けてくれました。昨シーズンのシリーズチャンピオン、チームが移籍してですね、どうなのかなっていうところもあったんですが、そんな不安はもう一かけもないぐらいのね、いいマシンの仕上がりとともにいい走りを見せてくれた松山北斗選手。暫定ではありますが、ここで開幕戦の今シーズンシングルウィナー。暫定ではありますがお届けしておきましょう。さあ、冷めるようなね、いい走りを届けてくれました。昨シーズンのシリーズチャンピオン、チームが移籍してですね、どうなのかなっていうところもあったんですが、そんな不安はもう一かけもないぐらいのね、いいマシンの仕上がりとともにいい走りを見せてくれた松山北斗選手。暫定ではありますが、ここで開幕戦の今シーズンシングルウィナー。暫定ではありますがお届けしておきましょう。さあ、いい走りを届けてくれました。
All right, that was a great job by Matsuyama, and congrats for the first place in qualifying. But he said, his first run he did a great job, but he said he's really sorry for letting everybody down on his second run because it wasn't great. But he said at first, during practice he wasn't on the line he wanted to, so he was a little bit, worried about how he's going to handle this, but he had to settle with what he had, and it went well, and he was able to put together a run for his first run, so he got a high score. And there's a girls stage tomorrow at 9:10, and from 9:40 a.m. we have the top 32, and from 13:20 we're going to have the top 16 ceremony starting, so make sure that you don't miss the action. Now back to the interview, he said, it seemed like it was hard for the drivers to get higher scores today, but how did you feel? He said he started to drive that car day before yesterday, but he said the car is very easy to control and the tires actually helped out, and it's a very, very good balance, and he's thankful for the team for getting him a car like that together, and he's not fully used to it, but he's driven this track last year, and He's trying to get used to it more. So tomorrow he would like to obviously qualify. Since he qualified first today, he would like to try to take the win tomorrow. And he said there, the Cusco Racing team, it's the top 3 in qualifying, so he would like to see all 3 cars on the podium tomorrow. All right, so that's it here, and there you go. That's the time schedule. 9:10, there's going to be the girls' stage online, and from 9:40, there's going to be a top 32, and top 16 is going to start at 13:20. This is Japan times. Make sure you guys don't watch it, and make sure you're back tomorrow. And thank you for hanging out and watching this from all over the world, and hope to see you guys tomorrow.
And yes, I hope to see beautiful battles tomorrow, also beautiful weather. So thank y'all once again coming from me and Robbie. See you guys tomorrow.
カーボンベゼル、Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ。
The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid, Valentine.
「究極の静かさと安全性」「オンロード」「オフロード」世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りである。高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
バリのタイヤ。
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Gaspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
Had a brand new bending unit all the way through, just throws a early transition.
「極限の世界」そこでこそ磨かれる本物がある。クスコ。
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
革新のカーボンベゼル。Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ。
The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid, Valentine.
究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りでも高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
バリのタイヤ。
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Gaspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
Had a brand new fitting unit all the way through, just throws a early transition.
「極限の世界」そこでこそ磨かれる本物がある。クスコ。
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮。チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。